Hi, people. Hi, people. If you guys give me a quick audio test, everybody say something.
Check testing 1 2 3.
Something.
Absolutely not.
Test, test.
Check testing 1 2 3.
Absolutely not.
Test, test.
Yes, it's working.
Something.
Check
And
testing
again,
1
feel
2.
free to check the Twitch stream as well, but it looks like it's working. Alrighty. And we are live. Hello, folks. My name is Levi. I'm with Consuite Media, or better yet, I own it. It's my little media production company, and I decided to start hosting a D&D game. And today will be our first game. We have our lovely cast in front of us here, the forever sexy kitten slaps, here adjusting her hair. That is Kristen. Kristen, why don't you say something about yourself? Say hi.
Hi, I play D&D, and my life revolves around it now. So,
A little bit. I also don't mind any form of promotion. If there's any projects you guys are working on, something for fun, we don't mind a little bitty shout out. Say hello. Any channels we could follow you on? Do you stream anywhere else? Things like that.
I think mine is Murder Mitten Gaming
Right. And
on Twitch.
I see you're my newest follower. Congratulations to me. Excellent. Moving on here, we have the old Timbo Slice, Tim the Hash of a Man. Say hi, Tim.
Hey guys, how are y'all? I'm Timbo Slice. So I've been playing D&D roughly for around 11 to 12 years now. I like to DM in my spare time. Currently, I'm running a Starfinder game. I like my private life. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I am not a person that is a internet personality, but I do like to have fun, and I play this game for friends, and I play this game for my love of storytelling. It is something I've actually always been very passionate about, and definitely feel like it's something that really helps mental health. And part of growth this year is this game is for everyone, and no single person owns it. So I like to make funny characters. I'll be playing a halfling rogue who just wants to be a gardener and leave his life in the past. But unfortunately, this is D&D. That's not how that happens. Glad to be here.
Yes, and also feel free to talk about your character or don't. Anything that you choose to keep a secret, that's up to you, or don't. Moving on, we have the fantastic attorney at law, Chance Lawson. Chance, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I play video games. I actually play on Twitch. It's Wama Llama at TTV. I'm a wand maker. I do a lot of woodworking and just do a lot of products like that. So we actually have Ashwood's Wands as my company.
And he has a badass truck.
Thing's a damn transformer.
And confirm that is a very badass truck.
And I have soup.
Yep. So I am actually playing my D&D character is a very wild trip that I think everybody's.
Bestie.
Good. Yeah, just double check the audio is coming out clear on the phone. Awesome. Did you say your name of your character just now?
Oh yeah, her name is Siva.
And
She is a kobold.
Yes, and Chase, can't we find you on Twitter with this fantastic character?
Oh yeah, at Lizard Queen Siva on Twitter. If anybody wants to like follow along, because there will be updates from our crazy and wild adventures that goes on here.
Good times indeed. And Miss Chloe, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do for fun, and if we could find you anywhere, and tell us about your character or anything you want to tell us about your character.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I used to cosplay for a really long time. I've been doing it since 2010. Recently stopped because I had a kid, but you can still find me on kimyona.chloe on Instagram. I do plan on coming back once my daughter is a little older. We are planning on some pretty awesome family cosplays that I'm really looking forward to. So that's going to be amazing. I also am probably going to start a channel called, well, not called Gaming Mom, but something based around that about being able to find time to play games with friends while raising children. So that'll be fun. My character is Ryoko. She's clueless but charismatic, and she is Siva's bestie. So that's going to be fun to see how that plays out.
I love it. And once again, I'm your host, Levi. I also wanted to share something silly with you guys. I've been spending a lot of free time. I'm on sick leave, so I'm kind of bored. I'm pretending that I'm opening up my own medieval tavern and coming up with menu items. Tonight's menu item is um, steak and cheese wrapped buns with an au jus sauce, and it is so delicious. I love
Fun
it.
fact, Levi thinks it's a dream, but there are plans in the works to actually open a tavern once the hubby and I move.
You know, I knew you were going to say that, and it is true. First time Twitter. There you go. Murder Mittens Gaming posted the Twitter channel, so you can follow Chase's shenanigans there. I also have done this kind of stuff before. I'll probably make an extra page just for this, but you can also find me on Consuite Media. If you're here, you can find my other pages pretty easily. Alrighty.
Jeez. I posted.
Man, Chase rolls a 1 every time on perception.
Yes.
Chase, what are you doing? What are you so distracted with?
Well, for one, I'm trying to fix this on Facebook where we can actually have people view in.
Oh, cool. All right. I guess I'll stall another minute there because I definitely want that. What else is good? Let's see. Oh, here, it's a fun little shout out here. So I needed coasters a while ago, and Chase does a lot of woodworking, and this is a fine example of it here. Maybe some custom coasters. That's the Ranger symbol. What is it? Your Ashwood ones on pretty much every social media out there. Feeds some fun wood things made. This is a guy who can make it. Mostly does wands and a couple other funny things.
So what you would say is Chase is good with his wood?
You know, I think this is the one scenario where that might be true.
You could say Chase's wand is magical.
I'm very good at slinging my wood, man. It's all right.
If that's what you want to go with.
I can work it in many different ways,
I quit.
create things that are awesome.
I quit. Everyone's fired.
I am sorry, but the inner 5-year-old in me is not sorry for those jokes.
It should be.
I'm very good with my.
God, son of a bitch. Alrighty. Makes sense. Alright, Chase, getting any progress on the little thing you're trying to do there?
What do you mean?
You said you were trying to do something on Facebook there. I didn't know if you were finished or not.
Oh, I'm done. I've already seen it.
Oh, cool. Alright. Moving on. Okay. So we're going to make a slight adjustment here and get started in our game. Also, quick test on audio because I want to make sure I set this up right. Can we all still be heard? Quick audio. Everybody say something.
No.
Can we all
Something.
still be heard? Quick audio. Everybody say something.
No.
Ha, good. It's working. Haha, Kristen, I guess.
I don't know why, but I can hear myself so delayed from someone.
Probably between you and Chase. You're in the same room.
But like a good 30-second delay on my phone. It's weird. But I don't know.
No, I do
It's because somebody's got this opened up on their app, like the stream itself.
Not it.
So it actually is going to be if she's in the same room with you and her phone's up, the sound audio waves will still go to her phone from me talking, and then it will reverberate back into the Discord group.
And you would think it wouldn't be that way, but it is that way.
Yeah.
It really do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that.
A headset will fix that.
Yeah, but he's wearing a headset.
Well, I've got some headphone.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean,
earbuds.
you don't need it right now,
We can-
but a headset will negate that.
In the future, just good to know there. So yeah, this is our inaugural game. That's why
It's okay. I've got mine, but I don't know if it would pick up my voice. I can try.
If you want to mess around with it as we go here, let me pull up the page.
Test.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I can hear you way better.
Yeah, same
actually,
here.
That is an improvement.
Okay.
paranoid.
I can still hear myself. It's weird.
Okay. All right, then I think we are good. You guys let me know if anything's wrong with the audio, and we will proceed here because I think we are set to go. With that being said, let me make slight adjustments to the board because there are some people here and some people who are not.
Yeah, I see.
Can you guys hear that? Just for the sake
Mhm.
of asking. Am I okay to step away for a quick second?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just doing a mild adjustment. Don't take too long. We're basically ready to go.
Leave us at the altar. Well, to prevent awkward silence, I will tell a dad joke.
Go for it.
What did the ocean say to the beach?
Nothing. It just waved.
See you later. Oh,
Just go into. What is a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
You think that, but it's actually C because of the sea.
Wayne.
Parental duties. They call to us all.
She say Yamate? I just saw a good glimpse up her nose.
Sorry.
All right, with
Just
that,
having a-
and you guys, that ends our first round of combat. Very good. Good job.
I
You all
killed
get
it.
a level up.
Except for Chloe, she missed
Sweet.
Oh, did I really?
the fight. No.
Bless her.
You were gone 60 seconds. I'm just gonna let you
I
know.
thought you were talking about like the pre-game game.
No.
Oh,
I'm joking because you got up.
Gotcha. I'm a little slow on the take on that one.
Right. We need to do a little fella here.
Hey Tim,
Yes.
that dice company, can they do those like resin dices, like the ones where you can put like little flowers and stuff in it?
I believe they only do metal dice.
Okay.
But they
Metal dice
have
are so
artisans.
fun.
Yeah, they have artisans that create their own dice. Because they don't go through. A lot of dice companies use resellers. So they're just reselling from a manufacturer that's in China, and these guys all make their own custom dice. So
that's
they'll
awesome.
bring like
So-
artisans in, they'll create dice, and then functionally they'll see if it works, and then they'll sell them.
So kind of like metal, like this guy. He's like blue and gold. So they could do something similar to this then.
Well, they would do something like that, but they would make their own design. So I have an example.
I was
I
gonna
can
say, could you like
probably get-
request designs, like if you wanted like cherry blossom colors?
Yeah, I think they do that, but I think to keep to stay in business, it's like they make their own designs, and then you could go from there. I don't think they really fall into like artisan dice, because I know artisan dice works that way. You can request like a specific color scheme, and
Gotcha.
but they're pretty big. They actually have a pretty big following. So
I was gonna say I like the metal dice way better. This is my favorite set. Is this blue and gold set?
yeah, I'm using a friend of mine's dice. He created a beer colored dice.
Oh.
So it's
That's
at the bottom,
awesome.
frost at the top.
I've got
And
a
he started his
That-
company this past year.
I was gonna say I've got quite a few artisan ones. I got it for my birthday from a buddy. My husband and I both did we've got like rainbow ones and
I was gonna try
tie-dye.
to host the stream, but Twitch took that ability away. That's stupid.
You're stupid.
No, I will definitely say with that company, they're called Die Hard Dice. I have one of their roller mats. They pretty good, lifetime warranty, in Utah, and they just
Oh,
have a
very
lot of good
nice.
stuff. And they just good to know, because dice market is definitely pretty heated
Yeah,
when it
for
comes
sure.
to competition. So
Pretty intense right now.
But I definitely I like their stuff, and I think I'm gonna buy from them because it's always hard to find like a good one that you know and you trust. And they sent their stuff, and I'm actually using one of their mats tonight too. So it was a birthday gift for myself back on New Year's.
Very nice.
Good times.
I will
Wait.
be using Roll20.
Wait, New Year's. What's your birthday? The 1st?
The 31st.
The 31st. You're a Capricorn.
I'm a Capricorn.
I did not know that.
All right, are we ready?
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep, yep.
Okay, all right, check. So, in my humble opinion, I think every fantastic D&D game starts in the same place. You all meet in a tavern, and because Tim wasn't there for our little round zero we had, he's sitting over there on his own, next to a very interesting looking fellow over there. So Tim, you are sitting next to this guy who is what you would call a half elf. But he looks a little bit odd. His teeth are a little pointy, and his ears are just a little too pointy as well. Chase, Kristen, and Chloe over here. We got Ryoko. We got, Kristen, I forgot your character's name. Ashbane, there it is. And Siva. And then we have a nice smattering of
Ash Sunbane.
Ash Sunbane. What did I say?
Ashbane.
Close enough. Anyway, you have control of characters and whatnot. There are people at the bar, and I would say for just something to start off with there is that strange character that is next to Tim's character does have a deck of cards, and he looks like he's about to do something with it. So, I leave that up to you guys. The game begins now.
So is he shifty? Like, how is he? Is he just sitting there playing with his cards? Like, what's his?
He unfortunately.
Can you describe how he's?
He naturally looks shifty.
What's his motive?
He's not exactly shifty, but he looks very shifty. The short answer is he very much looks kind of rat-like, but it's not something to hold against him.
Gotcha. Well, Glamdry, he frequents the bars. He is a bit of a loner. Always comes out here, has a drink or two. He would probably be sitting on his own, drinking. He had brought a delivery, obviously, for the person he was supposed to meet here, and he's waiting for that person to show up while he's drinking the pint of ale that he has. He'll look around the room. Obviously, he sees new people. He's never seen these people in the bar before. I will ask, is Glamdry, is this a bar he's been to for the first time, or is this one he frequents all the time?
This is one he's been to semi-frequently. This is called the Crystal Stream.
Crystal Stream?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Again, bit of a loner. Gonna keep to himself. We'll take note of Shifty Guy. But
I'll
just
clarify
waiting.
for you. You do know this character. We talked about this before. This is an associate of yours.
Got you. Well, he hasn't quite put two and two together since they've not met each other in a while. So it's still, for Glamdry, it's, again, he's not that sharp, so it's taking him a second for that to click in. But I'll roll a insight to see if he recognizes him or if he'll awkwardly just sit there.
Go for it. What's your number?
That'll be an 8.
You definitely know you've talked to him before. His name is on the tip of your tongue, but it's just escaping you. And you're thinking there like, it starts with a G. Gideon, Gunther. But you know that you know him. You're blanking on it for some reason. It's
Yeah,
one
no.
of those moments.
He will definitely be like, just like staring the guy down. He'll be like, Gideon. No. Gregory? No. He's just like saying it to himself awkwardly.
I have a question,
Us?
Tim. Is Glamdry like hiding his face or anything, or is he just pretty much Glamdry?
Good question.
No, he's a halfling. He's about 3 feet 2 inches tall. He's got long hair that parts in the middle. He's got blonde eyes, a little bit of a scruff. But he is pretty much looks like what would be a hobbit. Halflings in this game. He's got like a nice little tunic on, nice shorts on. They're older, but that's what would be nice considered for a halfling. It's just very modest clothing. He did walk in with a blackish purple cloak on, and he just like hung it onto the area wherever the coats would be. But no, he's not really hiding his face per se. He's just like he's just looking over at this guy that he thinks he knows. It's not really coming to him.
All right. I'll say in reaction, this character looks at you, kind of shuffles the cards a little more, and looks at you as like, because he recognizes
I'll
you.
speak to you right now before I eat.
So he kind of motions you. He's like, cards.
I know, Dad is coming.
He'll
Just made
he'll
Mom
take
and Dad
he'll
a food. He's gonna feed you first, okay?
he'll take the package, and he'll set it down. He'll just like eye him.
What happened to your blueberry?
Okay, get over here. And like push the chair out. Nice to meet you, Glamdry Brandybook. How are you?
And he finished, like, it kind of awkward. He finishes his shuffle, goes, Gustav, but you know me, right?
Wait. Oh, okay, yes. Gustav, my old friend, how have you been? I didn't expect this guy to be between Scotland and Ireland, but here we are.
Ash is Ash is just gonna gently put her mug of ale down and like kind of listen in.
Right. Again, he cracks the card. You know, he's just doing a lot of shuffling and whatnot. Just to give you a bit of description about him, he looks like a guy who is a cheater. He can cheat. He's very capable, but he's actually really honorable about it. He prefers to beat people like in the direct way. You know, like push comes to shove, if he's like trying to save lives or whatnot, he'll cheat, he'll lie, he'll steal. But if he's playing cards, he wants to beat you with skill. That's the way he does things.
Gotcha.
So if he's winning, he's winning.
Yeah, no, he'll see him like, fidgeting with the cards. Well, I mean, what are you waiting for? Deal the cards.
And he looks back at you. He says, "Are you okay? Because this is not the first time we've met before. Did you hit your head last time or something? You good?"
It's funny you mention it because I've been gardening these new Venus flytraps here lately, and they emit this pollen that for some reason the side effect seems to be that you forget who you are. But hey, here we are. Sent you here, Gustav. Nice to see you. And he's like, I got the local delivery that you asked for. He just sets like 5 packages down onto the table.
Question for you: are you actually trying to deliver packages to Gustav? Like, is this for real?
Yes.
Okay, so for real.
It's for real. Yeah.
Okay. Then that's what we'll go with there. He goes, "Oh, good. You've got my my herbal medicinal supplies for my my needs of pain. Old grandmama and her arthritis."
It's fine. Your grandmother, I get it. We don't have to bring her up. I know she's in a lot of pain. Honestly, if you just take the packages and hide them, it'd make me a little less uncomfortable because I'm getting eyed over there. And he just kind of looks over around, just like gesturing broadly.
I'm sitting at the bar
not-
with like 2 pints of ale, just staring you guys down.
Oh, and just
And
He's just
talking, you guys
passing
can
the
move
people
around.
staring him down.
You guys are welcome to move your characters to do shit while we're talking, and vice versa. So I'm not going to stop you unless we're in combat. That's different rules. So, you're fine there.
I was at the bar getting my table drinks, but then they looked really interesting, and I was curious to know what was going on there. So I was just been very
Ash,
not subtly staring at them.
yeah, Ash would actually at this point probably pick up her ale and just calmly sit down at the table across from him.
As that happens, he has Gustav does have a small bag of holding. He doesn't show very often, but he does slip the 4 or 5 packages into there very neatly. He comes back to his cards, and he says, "A new challenger. Do you play?" Looks straight at you, Ash. Motioning with the cards.
Maybe.
All right, we got another contender. And he starts dealing out the cards. And for those who are watching here, this game is 3 Dragon Annie. It's a real game. I do have it, and it's a lot of fun. And that is what he plays.
Perception check.
Mhm.
Just to see if he's got anything that would imply cheating. I rolled a 13 on a perception check.
Sorry, what was it you were asking about?
Just to see if he has anything that would maybe help him with cheating.
No, he plays it
Like a
straight.
ring.
No.
Okay.
Now, there are tricks and trinkets on him that would be something he could use for cheating, but let's tell you what. Let's go for sense motive. We'll
Okay.
roll against each other real quick.
So what am I rolling for?
Um,
Insight?
yeah, insight. I'm gonna roll. Well, actually, I don't need insight because he's. I don't really need to roll because he's not really hiding anything. So let's just see what you ascertain. What?
A 12.
12. Nothing on him directly seems like he uses it for cards. While you can tell he's got some tools on him, they are very securely fastened. They don't seem to be anything that he's trying to use to fuck with anybody. That's about as best you could tell with a 12 there. So for the most part, it seems set. So he deals out the cards and starts playing a game there. We'll say we end that part of the conversation. Chase, you got anything you're doing or want to contribute to the conversation? Or Chloe, either one?
Yes, he was just kind of like chilling over here, eating that steak that was tossed to her earlier from our recent game.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
And she's just like slurping on it.
Actually,
Lord.
is she just
This is gonna be an interesting.
is she just being like a dog, just like?
You can see her just like grabbing it and just chewing, pulling pieces from it, and just kind of slurping on it.
Nice.
I grab my 3 things of ale. I drop one off at Ziva, and then I come over to Kristen and pretend to give her another one, even though she already has one. I just use it as an excuse to get close to her, to kind of see what's happening here.
Landry's
Thank you.
just sitting there with these oversized cards, and he's just like, "Well, Gustav, you didn't tell me you were so popular, my friend. I thought I was just under the assumption that I was going to be dropping off the packages, drinking an ale, and leaving, but now..."
My Discord just crashed.
Put her one elbow on the table and lean over a little more towards Glamdry and goes, do you not remember me, Glamdry?
I second
So
that.
actually,
I also put my elbow on just the opposite one, and I say, "Yeah, do you not remember us?"
And Ash is just gonna kind of look over towards her, like,
I wink.
He's
Go with
he's
it.
gonna
I motion.
I know it's going here. Hold on. He's going to try to do a recall knowledge check, which with Levi that would be passive intelligence. That will be a 12.
Sorry, what was the question there?
He's trying to recall if he knows them. Just a passive intelligence check, and I rolled a 12.
Gotcha. You've seen them around. You know that you've seen them come in and out of the bar on a semi-regular basis. Now, as to whether you've had extended conversations in the past or not, you're fuzzy on that, but you know that you've seen their faces.
Sure.
Chloe, go ahead and do something real
Thank
quick in
you.
the scene, and then you can go like real fast. Chloe needs to go to the restroom. That's okay. Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
So I'll just elaborate on that more. Yeah. So you know you've seen them.
So he'll. But
You know what? Let me add on to that. There. Let's say. You roll an insight, Tim. Tell me what you get. Tim.
that is also an 11.
You get the sense that they are messing with you. You're not sure. You've been drunk before. You don't know if you've been drunk enough for them to get away with pulling this on you, but you know it's possible.
He's had one beer, so he's not drunk.
I don't mean at this moment. I mean like in the past. You know,
No, I
you've been
know.
drinking. Like, could they be screwing with you? Maybe they are. Maybe they're not.
Yeah. No, I'd say that's enough. He would know. I mean, he's not that. He's not that dumb.
Gotcha. Also, if you guys could
What was your
recap-
character's name?
Me?
Sorry for Christian.
Ash.
Ash. Okay. I'll think. Okay, Ash. Say I I do, and I don't remember you. If I did, when is tea time? Over at my house, because if I'd know you, clearly I would have invited you over to my house.
Back when we worked together, you didn't really like people to come over.
Okay, that's fair, but now I love guests. So I reiterate my question. What time is tea and what day?
I don't know where your house is, let alone what time tea is.
That's fair. Okay, if you did know me, what is my favorite meal?
Are all of these questions going to be about your personal life? Because you were very much quiet about your personal life other than
Nope,
work.
nope. I'm very, very out there about my personal life. If you could just inform, what's my favorite snack? We'll make this easy.
She's going to do an insight check because she hasn't seen him in a while.
Just to be clear, Kristen, this is not a person that you know intimately. You have seen him in passing. These are the things he's asking you are things that you would not actually know.
Oh, okay.
There's a reason he's being shifty because he's pretty confident he doesn't know you, and he thinks you're fucking with him, which to a degree you are. Just to give you a drop of backstory, his character has been very much trying to keep to themselves and under the radar. So no, he's not been trying to make friends like openly. Gustav is a rare exception, and even then they don't hang out often. But they've had a drink here and there.
Siva is going to see where everybody's at, and like she's going to look around and just see everybody at this table. And she's going to come up to the edge of the table and just peek her eyes over, giving that wild eye stare.
Can you describe Siva better for Glamdry? Like, what does she look like? How tall is she?
Siva's about 2 foot tall. She's a kobold, and she has a belt with a sash. It's kind of like a little small sash with like chicken bones hanging off of it, like a rat head, bird beak. She has this green-colored, like tattered leather armor on. It's just she looks like how much a druid, or pretty much what a druid would look, but just
Tim,
raggedy as hell.
Tim, I've just tagged you in the game chat. There's a picture of Siva there for anybody who needs to know.
There you go. She has like a little small dagger to her side. She has a staff with her that she usually carries on her back. Big old glowing yellow eyes. But she's more of a greenish, dirty, brown color instead of like normal like red kind of coloration. She looks more like a gecko, a leaf gecko, but still has the horns and everything.
Glamdry's gonna like start. Actually, he's realized that the game hasn't started yet, so he's actually going to take and throw up his first ante. This is getting stranger by the moment, and he's gonna like notice Ash's hesitation. You clearly don't seem to know me at all, do you?
Perhaps not. Maybe you're another
Put down his
Glamdry.
second ante. Perhaps. And then he'll put down his third ante, waiting on someone else to play. Very awkward right now.
And
Siva takes a piece of her steak and slowly slides it onto the table.
Oh, it would seem that the little kobold would also like to play. Are you anteing up your meat? Is it cooked or uncooked?
It's uncooked. It's just
uncooked.
like all you see is this blood slide off of the steak onto the table, so it's got like this bloody streak behind it.
It's very unsanitary.
I slowly pull out a second raw piece of meat and slide it right next to Siva's.
when did you
Like, just he's retching on the side of the table at this point.
Ash is holding her cards, just like
He
shaking her
hears what you
head.
say about the sanitary. She goes, "I'm sorry." And she takes her tongue and just licks off the table.
Oh no.
Glamdry's just
This is
gonna
his
put down his
time.
cards Well, this has been very pleasant, Gustav. Thank you, my friend, for such a wonderful game. Nice to meet the three of you. And he is going to back away. I think that I need to go and get some air, and he is going to run out of the room.
Before he does that, I hook his arm under mine, and I'm like, "Let's go get a drink, new buddy." And I bring him up to the bar with
He
me.
will dodge you.
I was about to say,
Aw.
are we
Yeah,
gonna
he will dodge
resist
you
this?
if you're trying to. Yeah, no, he's gonna dodge.
Technically
You have to
speaking,
roll for that, don't you?
Yes, you do. There's basically
Roll for grapple.
yeah, you would need to try to grapple him. He would need to try to do a dexterity check.
Yep.
What was the fucking
You do an acrobatic save.
Yeah, acrobatic
Which-
save on your part. You, I guess Chloe, in this case, you do a strength check. You see on the D&D Beyond sheet where it's the plus, whatever. I forget what your stats are, but like where's the big strength number and the little one that has the plus. Click the little number.
Okay.
Click it and it'll pop up a chat.
I
You
did
know,
click
when
the
you're
little
ready,
number.
and then I'll roll too.
The strength saving throw, right?
You're doing a strength check. You're not saving it. Saving throws when someone's done something to you. You have to
It'll
react.
just be a normal athletics.
So I'm clicking the little number, but nothing's happening.
That's odd. You are on Chrome, right? Just like last time?
Mhm.
Okay, well then you can roll a d20 and add whatever that strength number is to it, whatever it is, and that's your number.
Okay. And then add the little number, right?
The small one. +1, +2, whatever it is. +3.
Okay, I got an 11 plus 2, so 13.
13. That's not bad. All right, Tim, do me a athletics saving throw.
Potatoes.
I can't hear him.
Tim, you there, buddy?
He's cutting it.
Timbo Slice. Timmy. Still can't hear you, bud. Now he's muted.
He's probably trying to figure it out.
Yeah, he's probably messing with it. Nothing so far.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready to
There
roll,
we
and
go.
I'll roll.
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there he goes.
He left. And that's it.
He'll
guys.
come
Great
back.
game.
His
That's
thing's
fine.
messing up.
Great game.
Great game. Great game. Great rolls, everybody.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, that was an unnatural.
I got you. Oh, you said an unnat 20?
An unnatural 20.
Gotcha. So Tim definitely wins that one, and he slips out of your hand quite easily.
Damn.
And I would say, just in my own flourish, he kind of looks at you just like, what do you... I'll let you take it from there.
While this is all happening, Ash is gonna lean in towards Gustav.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna lean in towards Gustav. Do you know him well?
So and so, he's an all right guy. He doesn't like being touched too much, though. Honestly, I would not grip too hard.
About how long would you say you've known him?
I don't know, 2 years, 3, about the same as I've known you guys, but you about 4. Siva, I don't know.
She's gonna test his thieves camp just to see
Talking to me?
if yeah, Gustav.
Okay.
She's gonna test the thieves camp to see if he was one of us or not.
Okay, so there's 3 primary methods for thieves' cant. You could slip it into your language in how you talk. You
Yeah.
could put it in hand signs, like little things that you do, which we haven't gone over yet, or you can put it in writing. Which one do you choose?
Talking.
Okay, so say the sentence that you want to say, and then tell me what it means in thieves' cant.
Would you or would you not say that your friend is a gentleman? And gentleman is thieves' cant for a thief?
That's a real personal question to ask him.
Which is why in common it just sounds like if she's asking him if he's a gentleman.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So he replies back to you. He says, he says back in regular English, and again I'll translate it for you. He's like, I think we's all gentle folks around here, and every single person deserves their own spot in the sun and the shade. And you know, and whatever happens, happens. Now, the pieces that he slips into that there are everyone has their secrets. There's no need to poke at this.
Sun in the shade.
He's completely fine. You don't need to investigate that any further. You could take my word for it. I'd stake my life on it.
Gotcha.
I coded that more than I intended to. It was pretty good.
I shrug my shoulders and go
Yeah,
back
right
to Siva.
What did you say?
I said I shrug my shoulders and just go back to Siva after miserably failing.
I thought you said I broke my shoulder.
I heard a click, and I was like, why would you do that?
I got real concerned for a second there.
All right. Tim, Glamdry, what is he doing over in this corner? How is he feeling?
No, he would have left if there was an exit. He wouldn't have stayed, especially after all that, like, very much uncomfortableness. He would be outside. He would be putting on his black, purple, tattered cloak and
Gotcha.
leaving the actual bar.
I got you. All right. You guys jumped on that plot so fucking fast. That was crazy. Anyway. So,
That's the glory of D&D.
So, Gustav looks to Ryoko and he says, so you just, carry fresh meat around all the time? Is this normal?
I look at him and I shrug my shoulders. Yeah, you never know when it's going to come in handy. You should see what's in my backpack. It gets kind of weird.
I look at Siva, who's still, and I'm like, clearly.
I ask him,
She's just gonna turn her head towards Ryoko. What do you have in your backpack?
I look over at it. I look back. I pick it up and open it up and then show it to you. It's just a wild assortment of very random and unsightly things, including a few gems, but you don't know what they are, so you just shrug it off. I turn back to Gustav. I say, so, besides having a good night, me and my buddies just helped out on a pretty cool quest, and I think we did it pretty well. You don't happen to have a quest for us, do you?
Do people just sit around with quests all day? What am I? Like one of them characters in a novel that just sits around existing to alleviate people of their boredom all the time?
I mean, you kind of look the part. I smile.
He looks at himself.
Ash is just gonna drink more from her mug.
Siva's just gonna look over the table again, seeing that the piece of meat is still there, and she's just gonna reach up and just slide the piece of meat back and off the table, off the edge.
Gustav watches this whole thing happen. He's got his cards in his hand, and he watches it all happen. He just goes,
You see it? See her snout come up over the table as she rakes it into her mouth.
I watch very proudly.
and he looks to Ryoko. He says, not many people travel with a kitchen sink.
I look back and I say, that's very offensive. You shouldn't talk about my friend that way.
That's right. I'm so
I
sorry
thought-
about that.
Siva looks over and says, "Excuse me, I'm not offense."
That you are
I
not.
look back at Gustav and I say, all right, well, if you're so boring, do you know anybody that does have any quests?
Well, there's always the job board, and you can always seek the guilds. They sometimes are offering different things, like I know I saw something at the Rangers the other day about some creatures vagabonding about the countryside needs clearing out. Now that's not for me, of course. Just to be clear, I did not give you a quest. I am not a quest giver. It's not what I do. But I heard one from another guy who saw.
I look at him. I look at him and I wink and I go, oh yeah, no, you didn't give us a quest. We definitely will come back to you for more. I keep winking.
You got something in your eye? Is it good?
I nudge him. Oh yeah, yeah, you know.
Siva sees her winking and like she looks up and both eyes are doing this. Like doing the side to side, like blinking.
I'll look over at Siva and give her 2 thumbs up.
Oh, that's up.
Ash is gonna quietly stand up from the table and start walking towards the door.
I
Like,
look over. Ash, where are you going? I thought we
I'll be
were.
right back.
I thought we
I'll be
were
right back.
pals.
I will be right back.
I shrug and say, "Okay." And I turn to Gustav to ask more about these creatures that need thinning out.
Uh, I'm assuming that's your question there. He basically says, I don't know much about it. You know, it's your standard dungeoneering kind of contract. Creatures troublesome, in the way, kill, get rid of, get coin. You know, it's basic. It's not much to it.
You say, "Okay, where do we go?"
The Rangers Guild, that's what I told you. Listen, if you're looking for odds and ends jobs, go to any guild across the city. And if there's something to be done, they'll tell you about it.
I slam my hand on the table and get real close to him. And I say, "I'm not looking for odds and ends. I'm looking for a big one. You know, give me something that's gonna take us to places people are scared to go."
And he leans in and whatnot, and he says, Listen, I'm not saying that I know something, but if I was to, this place is a little too loud for any kind of conversation like that.
I wink again. And I say, "All right, there's a nice little fountain boat area I believe we could go to. Let's have a walk. Enjoy the nice weather outside."
And he replies, he says, well, I do have another errand to work on at the time, and I'm not saying that I will be, but if I was to be pertaining to an adventurous sort of occasion of knowing things, that would be useful to a person. That I might find myself around that fountain around, let's say, sundown. You know, not that I would or anything. You know, hypothetical like.
I keep winking at him. I gotcha.
He looks at
Oh,
says, you need to get that checked out.
I nudge him again. I see what you're doing. No, I get it.
When you nudged
well,
him,
I definitely
you bumped him and his beer spilled a little bit, and he just kind of.
I pull one of the
See
many ales around my table and I just slide it over. Sorry about that, pal.
All's forgiven.
Siva takes her tongue and like licks the rest of it off the table, the spilled beer.
And with that, I'm going to make my classy exit.
I don't know what to do with you.
That's good.
I give Siva a hug.
Oh.
And with that, he makes
Ash is just gonna walk back.
Makes it exit stage left. Off screen, he's got his own things he's going to go do in a minute. At that same time, the other door swings open, and a face that you all remember from a couple days ago pops in, says hey to the bartender, nods at him, says I'll take my usual. And for those joining us on our show here, this is Emmanuel Longhorn, pit fighter extraordinaire. He is part of the Rangers Guild, but mostly working on some strength training to, get stronger.
I run over and give him a big hug.
He says, hello. Sweet, wrong voice. He says, hello there. Well, what a surprise, finding you in a bar.
Hey, Manuel, that's not nice to make fun of alcoholics, but it's good to see you again.
Hello. And he points up, and the guy hands him a beer. And he says, what have you found yourself into tonight?
So get this. I might have found a really cool quest to go on, and I'm actually very excited about it. I definitely, winks at him, won't be at a fountain later tonight.
Right.
Ash is gonna come up behind her and put her hand on her shoulder and go, you are just a ball of energy, aren't you?
Yes. Alcohol does that to me. And I smile and down another ale.
Roll for alcohol poisoning.
Jesus Christ, that's what, 4 you've had now?
5, yes.
Good God. Yeah, we're gonna have to start doing alcohol poisoning checks.
Constitution saving roll. Go.
Christ.
So I look at Emmanuel and I say, "Would you be interested in joining us?"
Well, he looks at a imaginary watch that's not there, sundial, and he says, "Well, I did just finish with that. I was going to stop back by. I had one more thing to do at the Colosseums. Have a rendezvous with a sort of range person, but not exactly a ranger. Anyway, it's complicated, but I could swing by a bit later."
What's his face isn't still giving you problems, right?
No, beat him in the dust weeks ago. Honestly, every time I do see him, he cowers in fear, as he should.
Very proud of myself.
And just to exchange scenes a little bit, whatnot, the scene steps outside to the busy streets, and I'll do a quick little map change for us all here, because Gustav does have other things he wants to do, but he knows Glamdry, he knows other stuff that's private and whatnot, and he sneaks over to Glamdry's little shack, his little garden. Just Tim, can you still hear me? You good?
I can hear you.
Good.
Yeah.
And he comes to your door, in the shadows and whatnot. Gustav pops in.
What time of day is it?
It's about, let's say 4:30.
So yeah, I mean, still, again, modeled him after a hobbit, so he's, perfectly fine with, guest. So he would be in his robe, smoking a pipe, walking up, just put his house slippers on, and he would, you would hear a series of, locks, you would count 5, and then 6, and then 7, then 8, then 9, and 10. And then he would open it up, and you would see that long chain. Hello. Oh, Gustav. Nice to see you again. One sec. And he shuts the door again, and you hear another series of locks. He takes the door and then pulls it open. Will you be joining me for tea? It's tea time.
Oh, absolutely. I love a good bit of tea time. Mostly wanted to check on you. That was a little odd back there. Are you okay?
Yes. Please come in. And he lets you in. And as Gustav comes in, he shuts the door and he starts locking everything. Please, right this way. The setting room's this way, and he takes you over to a nice little. It's not huge, but he lives in a halfling hole, and he takes you to a nice little reading area where he has his chair. He has tons of books piled up with maps, and he's been trying to write his own book. And he pulls up a stool for you, or he gestures over to the love seat over by the fireplace.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. He sits down and whatnot, and he's now got a final chance to be in private, because he was going to swing by your place earlier, but you saw him at the bar, and that's where the packages got dropped off.
Yeah.
And he says, you don't mind if I purvey your work while you prepare the tea? And he reaches into his bag.
It's not. Please help yourself. And he's pouring you some tea as he's holding up his robe. And he's smoking from his pipe, and he sits down into his chair. So we're friends you have there. They're very handsy.
Telling me.
And he'll blow a smoke ring out.
I'm kidding. He pops open the first package, and the basic knowledge here is that he gets high quality herbs from you for different reasons. Some of them for cooking, some of them for medicinal purposes, some of them in spellcrafting. Some of them Peruvian disappearing powder and stuff like that. Some basic thieves' tools and whatnot. And he kind of nods at you and he says, "Man, I tell you, a master of your craft in every way." Kind of lingers his stare for just half a second, as a way of saying, I know that you know that I know that you know.
He's well, thank you. I try. I work very hard. It takes a long time to get the gosling flowers, bloom in the way they do, but I take pride in it. It gives me peace.
Good. And he takes a sip of the tea and Oh, that's good. What flavor is this today? I don't recognize it.
Well, I put magenta lilies, and also I put some jasmine in there, and I spiked it just a little bit with the It's a new type of thing called saffron. It's far from the east, but it gives the tea a bit of a kick.
I was about to say, it's the touch spicy. The jasmine is what I noticed first. That's good. I like it. You should, I don't know, can this or something. Put it on the shelves out there for people to buy. I like it.
I appreciate it, but I don't think you came here to exchange pleasantries. But I thought I had made it apparently clear that in exchange for your medicinal practices and the herbs and the things for your elderly grandmother, I had requested to be left alone.
Oh, of course, naturally, and I have no intention of disturbing you. But as your friend, I wanted to make sure that you were copacetic, as they say, because that was, a little odd earlier.
I'm assuming copacetic's going to be thieves' camp.
No, actually, in this case, I meant, well, yeah, to
For
lay
the
that
actual
out.
copacetic definition.
Yeah. So copacetic basically means that things are all and well and peaceful because you looked disturbed. And again, you guys aren't like besties or whatever, but
Okay, gotcha.
he knows your secrets. He hasn't told you.
Gotcha.
He kind of alluded to it once or twice, but he's not blackmailing you.
I'm all right. I'm all right. It's been quite some time. I love, you know me. I love having guests over. We have tea all the time and elevensies and afternoon dinner and supper. But I've never quite had someone try to put their hands on me. It was a
That was weird.
little uncomfortable. It was very, very strange, I must say. But do you seem to know them?
In passing, I mean, we've had some drinks before. I was hoping for an opportunity for you to meet them, and excuse me, one second. And that, kids, is a great example of why
You good?
eat food and talk at the same time. And he says to you, he says, I actually wanted to run a hypothetical, between yous and thems before because, I have this idea. Not that you'd be interested, but you're a smart fellow. You're learned, Figured you might, you're a smart person. Maybe you have an idea.
Oh,
Obviously, you're
I'm not.
Hmm?
I could hear out and probably help you with a problem, but as far as, leaving from the comforts of home, it's not really something I'd be interested in.
Oh, of course. But let me just parlay my idea amongst yous to see, what a learned gardener might think about something. Does that sound like an idea to you?
It's he he points at Gustav with the pipe. Oh, I mean, oh, sure. You're already here. You're having tea, and he just picks up another crumpet that he's just clearly sitting there. They're probably still from a few days. Please, and he just bites it. Uh, Speak your mind freely, Gustav.
Of course. Again, it's all hypotheticals. Nothing will come from just talking, of course. And he says, so there's a guy, knows a guy of a guy, and so on. Had a comeuppance with a certain pathway to a place that is considered most unnatural. And in this place was a creature, hypothetically, that was quite rotund, large, enigmatic, and a little bit scaly. And as you know, he's got like a chestnut in his hand as he's eating. He says, as you know, creatures that go by those kind of definitions out there tend to have, how shall I put it delicately, conveyances of unnatural belongings of several different variations. And he did lace Thieves' Cant into that because he knows you know, and you know he knows. And basically he's saying, I'm planning a heist. Big, powerful creature. Yes, it is draconic in nature. And they have a plan. And he says, come back to the conversation. He says, the basic concept is, a lot of people don't know, is a culmination of a creature's power like that comes with how large the collection is. And if the collection is tampered with, they are not considered as dubious as they was before. Anyway, just something to lay along your ears. Do whatever you will with this information. Obviously, it's a secret, between good old friends like us. But just something to consider. It'd be something that would set a poison up of convenience, agreeables for a very, very long time. But obviously, these might be boring to a standard gardener, of course. So, I don't even know why I'm telling you.
He like pauses, and you just you see the old
The glimmer.
you see the old Glamdry when he was not Glamdry for like a smidge of a second, and then he snaps out of it. No, I'm sorry, and he's just he's completely not in thieves' camp. I put that all behind me.
Oh, of course, right. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not something your common gardener would be interested in.
Right.
So many people, unfortunately, just bad experiences. And it's why it became an herbologist. It just wasn't worth the time. Oh, would you? He looks at the clock on the mantle. Would you look at the time, Gustav? I needed to do something. You've been wonderful, but tea time's over. If you don't mind seeing yourself out.
Oh, absolutely, my dear friend. And he reaches out to shake your hand.
He's hesitant at first, and then he'll shake Gustav's hand.
And it's a kind of an intimate moment there, and he has a moment of seriousness. He says, I was considering starting my own gardening club, for a hobby. Something to think about. Maybe you could give me advice on it another day. And with that, he kind of nods at you and starts heading toward the door.
He smokes. He blows a ring. I'm more than happy to help anyone that wants to become a gardener.
And he says, Arrivederci.
Arrivederci, my friend, and he'll lock everything up. As you leave, he'll walk through and he'll investigate and just look at everything.
Right.
Where Gustav's been, what Gustav touched, and just make sure that everything's in its place. That is a natural one.
Wow.
Cool, we're here for it.
That's
the gardening just took his mind off everything.
All right, and with that, we end that scene there. Oh, you are free to add on anything to this here, but if you wanted to.
Well, there was one thing I was.
Oh. What's
So as that happens, the talk of the doing that, there was that tinge of oh yeah, nice heist. I don't do that anymore. So he's actually going to go out to his garden. His and I'll just describe this, I guess, for the rest of the players. His home is very modest. It's not extravagant. He doesn't have a lot of things. A lot of things are secondhand that he's collected over time and then put into his home. His garden is definitely his pride and joy. He's walked outside, there's a fountain out there. He's collected plants from every biome, every ecosystem that he could find that he could get and put in here. His favorite definitely per se would be his giant willow tree near the fountain, where he sets it and he waits. But this also connects to his neighbor, who I am going to bring into the game with Levi's blessing. It is an elderly halfling that he takes care of. Glamdry is actually he's middle-aged, and there was an elderly couple that allowed him to stay in their shack, and then he just started to become their gardener, and then their housekeeper for a while, and then the husband of the widow died. So he's been taking care of her, and he takes care of the garden, and he built his little hobbit hole over off in the corner, which used to be the shack.
That's precious.
Yeah. He walks over, and he knows it's around 4:30. So this is kind of the time that 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of afternoon. Sun probably would be setting. He walks up and he likes talking to the elderly halfling that's been around him for a long time, and then Levi, I'll just let you name her.
Okay. Um, I'll come up with something. Give me just a second here.
Your time.
What did you say your species was?
She'd be an elderly halfling.
Mhm.
I would probably say she would be geriatric though. Like she really wouldn't be able to really like she could get up and move on her own, but she really can't do much without Glamdry.
Mm-hmm. I like this one here. We're gonna say her name is Yenemin Riverdream, and I'm just from what you told me, I'm gonna play her as kind of an Aunt May character until I get some further fleshing out of this thing.
He'll call her like his term of endearment will be River. Like he will nickname her River.
Gotcha.
But he'll go up and he'll knock on her door.
Mhm.
He'll still be in his robe, smoking his pipe, just checking in on her.
It's
This is kind of like his way of this is his way of like dealing with stress. Is like he is very stress relieving for him.
Mm-hmm. And as you approach the door, you hear her kind of quietly humming some kind of, sounds like a romantic tune, and she's just,
Yeah, it was the tune she always would hum to her husband.
Mhm.
River dear, are you there?
And she replies back. She says, "Oh, Penard, is that you there? Penard, have you come home at last?"
Oh, it's. And he'll like open the door and turn in. And what did you say the name was?
Penard.
Penard. No, River, it's me. And he'll look at her.
Right.
He'll probably have snuffed his pipe out so she's not getting secondhand smoke, just trying to protect her lungs.
Right, and she had a moment where she kind of was slipping in and out of, dementia there a little bit there, and she looks at you. She goes, "Oh, right, Glamdry. I'm sorry, I got confused. I thought you might have been my husband
all right.
again.
Oh, it's all right.
I
It's
got
all right. Then he'll go up and he'll pat her hand. He'll pat her hand. No, it's perfectly understandable. How have you been?
Oh, I'm just right as rain. Won't you come in and have a cup of tea? I just put the kettle on."
I would love some tea. And he'll go and he'll pour the tea for her and sit down and just being around her, like he'll some stress relief.
And you notice that the tea is not exactly fresh. When she says that she just put it on, in her mind she did. It's been a few hours, so she's a little lucid in and out about these things.
He'll drink it, just like realize how bad it is. Very, very good. Pardon, just I lost my breath just trying to run over here, River. I didn't.
Of course.
How, River? How's everything been? Are you enjoying everything? The garden, all the work we've done.
Oh, very much so. Every day, I appreciate the work that you've done, and I like my little home, and I feed the neighborhood kittens and dogs, and I love it when I hear the children laugh in the neighborhood. I miss having my own, but they're all grown up now.
I know. They've moved off, but you still have me, River, and he'll like pat her hand. I'm here for you.
Of course, and you've been like a son to me. I hope you know that. I hope I've said it enough times for you.
He'll tear up a little bit, like actually hearing that. He'll be like, "Thank you," and he'll just sip his horrible tea.
This is I know how you like it. I'm glad that you're here. But I was just about to have a nice sit down and make some crochet. How can I help you this evening?
Just getting to talk to you. I've had some weird things happen today. I delivered a package. There was a small kobold that put a snake onto the table, and then for some reason, one of the tall people tried to get their hands on me. I'm not quite sure what happened, and then Gustav came. That's very much he sometimes shows around tea time, but it's been weird. I didn't remember Gustav. River, I'm not sure what's happening, and he'll drink his tea.
She says back to you, says, "The same thing happens to me. Sometimes I get a little forgetful, but it comes back. I get there eventually.
And he'll like stop from that. He's like, River, do people pay for things with stakes now? Have I been shut in for that long?
Did you say it was a kobold?
It was a kobold, yes.
You can
He
oh, sorry.
we were playing 3 Dragon Ente, and 2 of the people at the table pulled out stakes, and I did not know what was happening.
I knew a kobold once. Very odd creatures. Tried to pay me in corn muffins. I don't like corn muffins.
I don't have very much. I'm not fond of them either. But River, I don't understand. It's just so weird today. I think I might turn in early.
That makes sense. It's been a long day. It's what, 9 o'clock at night now? Looks outside and realizes it's a little bit brighter than she thought it was.
He looks at it. It's 5:17.
That's the same thing where I come from. Don't worry about that.
Puts his pocket watch back into his robe. Well, River, I appreciate it. He's more using River as like stress relief. Like he's just open communication line, tells her everything. Does feel like this is his mother. Well, if you need me, give a whistle.
Of course, I'm good at whistling. Hold on, I'll get it. One moment.
He walks over and gets her dentures on the table.
She goes,
Hands her the glass.
I knew I put those somewhere. I've been looking for these all day.
He just gives a bit of a chuckle.
And she goes, hey, there, you see? See, I found it.
He'll never change. And he'll like lean down and like kiss her on the forehead, and he'll like clean up everything and pour the tea out.
And she says, of course I can't change. I don't know how to polymorph. She gets
He
lost
pauses
in
for
her
a minute. Oh, River. And he'll shut the door behind him, and he'll go, and he's actually going to go sit under his favorite place, the willow tree by the fountain. He's going to listen to the fountain until he falls asleep.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I did want to add something for her to say at the end there, but she kind of slipped off really fast. She wanted I just want to add this into that there. Everything else you say is fine. Before you would have left, she would have grabbed your hands and she says, one thing you should know is it's okay to have friends. You've always been so shy about making a friend since you got here. You got a few. It's okay if you have a few more.
Yeah, he won't say anything to that. He'll pat her hand and nod to her, and then go sit under the willow tree.
And she leans in, gives him a little forehead kiss, and hugs him, and says, "Now you go and rest yourself now. And have a good night."
He likes to take afternoon naps under the willow tree.
All right, and with that, we will leave that and come back to our scene here. Back to the bar. All right. So
I'm just casually feeding Siva little like dried meat pieces.
As she's tossing them up, Siva's just like catching them with her tongue.
So, strange little show that it is.
What time did he say? He said 7 for the fountain, right?
Are you talking about in game or out of game here? Who are you talking to?
In game, like what time we were supposed to meet him at the fountain?
In game, sunset.
No, are you asking or
Basically,
is
Oh no, gotcha. No, out of game. I'm asking.
Gotcha. His words were at sundown, and at this time of year, actually roll an insight check for him. If you can't click the button, do a d20 plus something. What would yours be? Hold on. You know, a third monitor would really help me here. Whatever is the plus number on your insight, roll a d20 with that, or you can click the plus whatever number it is. Oh, ow.
Here we go. Okay, I'm just gonna roll it because I prefer to do it manually.
Okay, that is perfectly fine.
16 plus
Plus anything?
2.
Plus 2. Oh, so 18.
18.
You're pretty well versed in the time frames of this part of the year. You recall that, it would be what you might consider around August or so for you guys, and you're aware that sunset's usually right around 6:30 or so. Now that could change across the year, but around now, that's about when it disappears.
I look at Emmanuel and I say, you don't happen, perchance, to know what time it is, do you?
And he mockingly looks at his wrist like he has a watch, and he goes, "Oh, it's about a hair past a freckle."
I giggle.
Right, you would find that funny, but it's actually about 5:30 now.
I purse my lips and sit there in deep thought for a moment. I look back at him and I say, as much as I would love to drink the next hour away, I feel like that would go against my current mission. What can we do for the next hour?
As I said, I did have a duel to go practice against a gentleman at the Colosseums. You're welcome to watch if you'd like.
I grab another pint and chug it real quick. Or I can join, right?
I would not. This gentleman, what I'm doing is a test of speed, and he is one of the fastest out there, and the goal is that I need to be able to dodge his attack, and that's what we're training today. And if I can do that, well, I'll be so much better in my career as a pit fighter, but he's very good at what he does.
I sigh, thinking about all the times Emmanuel used to train me back when I was just a wee lass. And I say, begrudgingly, if all I can do is watch, then I suppose that's what I will do. But I remember the golden times where you used to teach me how to be my strongest self.
Well, I've taught you a lot, and there's only so much I can teach you. And I'll continue to keep trying, but, there's going to be days where I'm not the person who could teach you the best thing.
I giggle again and just give him a hug.
Right. Well, I look at your collection of friends and I say, well, if you guys want to come, you're welcome to follow as well. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the Colosseum.
I look at Stephen and Ash. Sunbane? Did I say that right?
Sunbane?
Sunbane. Yeah. You
Okay,
can
cool.
call her Ash.
Okay, I'm just going to call her Ash. I look at Siva and Ash and I beckon them to come with me.
If we have the time, then sure.
Steva just kind of looks over and then looks up and she goes, I have nothing else to do. Might as well. She's just ready to go.
All right, and Emmanuel starts making his way towards the back door, walks out it, goes. Hopefully you guys have your roll 20 pages up and functioning.
We do
Good. There's your nice big old
D&D roll 20
city map there.
or D&D Beyond roll 20.
All right, and then Colosseum. Let's see, how did I leave this thing last? Oh, I gotta clean this sucker up. Hold on.
That was a glorious battle. Immediately point out the rats to Siva.
And that will do for placing. So you guys are good there. I'm gonna have fun with this one. This is one of my favorite NPCs I have ever put together. And you see what appears to be a gunslinger over in the far corner of it there, and he's got very much what you would consider cowboy clothes with kind of a mild medieval flair, but overall he definitely looks like he belongs in the wild, wild west. And he's doing gun tricks back and forth. flipping him back around, back and forth, whatnot. And you can tell that to have called him the fastest gun in the West would have definitely been an accurate description if there's anything such as the West in this universe, which there might be.
I'm just chasing a rat with Siva.
And he looks back at you guys to make sure you're not stepping out here, because this is a dangerous little game they're going to play. And Emmanuel steps up to... I'll go a little closer. Steps up to him. And he says, "Good day, Mr. Kilgore." And he says, "All right, Manny." And he says, "I told you. Don't call me that. That's not my name." "I'm sorry, Miller. I didn't mean no offense by it." And again, he's just flipping guns back and forth. It's very impressive shit. Like, he knows very much what he's doing when it comes to these things there. And he says, "I still don't know about this. Shooting a live ammunition round right at you there is quite a dangerous feat. But if you think this is the best way to make yourself faster in combat, I suppose we ain't got much of a choice but to try it. But are you sure about this?" He looks at him and he says, "Well, I know if I can dodge you, nobody out there can hit me." And he says, "All right. Take your place then. Pray it doesn't hit you." And I guess we'll roll these out real fast. And this gentleman here is properly named Tacitus Kilgore. And as I said, he is a very skilled gunfighter. Which I didn't equip. Hold on. They're in his inventory. I didn't put them on. And that should do it. Alright. So, the basic game that they've been playing here for training purposes here is that Tacitus will shoot at a particular point towards what would be Manny's hand in the air, and Manny has two goals as to one, either dodge the bullet entirely or catch the bullet out of the air. Clearly this is a challenge. You could see why Tacitus is concerned about the necessity of such a training regime, and clearly the danger that comes with it. So we're going to see how well our two guys roll against each other here today. Alright. Tacitus will roll. Got a 10. Plus a 7 there. Forgot what his stats are. Ooh, got an 11 there. That's not terrible. Manny does in the opposite there. AC, armor class, does not hit him. So we're going to say that that actually is a successful test there. Just to play it out for you as dramatically as possible, Tacitus goes into kind of gun draw kind of state. You could see him very desperado-like, you know, hand twitching to the side with the gun. You can almost hear the good, the bad, and the ugly playing in the background with a Spanish guitar. And it's almost as if time slows down, and he goes for his quick draw. And he points it at what would be Manny's hand in the air. And he fires the bullet straight off at him. And time seems to be stopping for everybody. Not in reality, but you know how it seems in those action moments there. And Manny reaches out, and for what appears to be the first time, catches the bullet midair correctly. To which Kilgore immediately replies, "Hot damn, son of a bitch. That's the first time I didn't hit you." And he says, "Best 2 out of 3. Kilgore says, I don't think you should push your luck. That was mighty risky in the first place there. And he says, maybe you're right. Perhaps I'll quit while I'm ahead. And so he steps forward and shakes his hand and hands him back the bullet while it's still intact. Spent cartridge, of course. They seem to be familiar camaraderie. This is a part where you guys can now kind of join in the story.
I run over to Manny and I say, "Ooh, my turn, my turn."
This is no. You know how many times I've been shot in the hand? And he points at his hand. You could see a couple pock marks that are definitely scars that have grazed him and or made direct contact to his hand.
I show him my arm, which is completely torn up with scars and bruises, and I say, "You remember? Come on, give me a chance. What it'll do? Add another bullet hole?"
And Kilgore kind of leans out the side and raises his hand. He says, I object. I am not going to be shooting a little girl today. That ain't happening. I barely agreed to this in the first place."
Can I roll charisma to try and convince one of them to do it?
You could try.
I think that would be a persuasion roll.
Yeah, specifically persuasion. You're trying to convince me or persuade me. It's the phrasing, you know.
Okay, I got a
Oh,
on
I
persuasion.
have good persuasion.
16, 17, 18, 19. I got a 19.
That what you rolled, huh?
I can hold on.
All right, it's on the other character sheet.
I will show you. Oh. 16, motherfucker. Sent you a picture.
All right, you were saying I have to pull him up separate. Technically, they're on two different profiles. Wasn't thinking I was going to do that today, but I am. Of course, naturally. 1 second. There's always something in D&D, you know? There he is. I guess he'll also roll a persuasion. Did it show up in chat at all or anything?
Oh, I'm not on it. Let me check.
That's weird. It didn't
11?
Oh, it's because I have stuff. Never mind. Yeah. No, that's Tacitus for his previous roll there.
Okay.
That's something else there. Why does it say dagger? I probably clicked that by accident. Anyway, ignore that. No, I also got a 19, so we've met there. And he says, no, we're not doing this today. Where did my page go? I have too many pages, dang it. With that being said, he politely pats you on the head and says, maybe when you're older.
I pout.
That sounds right. Chase, Kristen, you guys doing anything?
Yes. Making my way down. Town. Walking fast.
Faces, pens, and a pumpkin.
Siva's gonna look over at the rat that's over to the right of her.
I love how I can devolve the entire game.
Siva's gonna look at the rat over to the right of her and says, Stop. And she starts running her way down here with everybody else just to watch.
Tacitus looks at Manny and looks past him to see Siva there. He has a very concerned look on his face because he has not seen many kobolds where he's from, and he looks at me and says, "That is the biggest goddamn lizard I ever seen in my life."
I get very excited and I say, "Do you want to see a cool trick?"
Siva hears lizard from this guy, and she said, "I am the lizard queen."
And
Before he can even answer, I take a big steak and I look at Siva and I give her a thumbs up and I start to chuck it at his face.
we're gonna look into your inventory to see how many steaks you have in there.
I got 26.
We're gonna keep count of that.
You want to make sure
You see, Siva sees it, and she shoots her tongue out and try to wrap around it and grab it.
Oh God.
And he looks at this in somewhere between impressment and shock and horror. And he tips his hat to Siva and he says, "Begging your pardon, your matriarchy."
She bows her head down and just grins at him, and her eyes are going off sideways.
Right, of course. Oh, Tim died. A Timbo.
You said he looks like real Wild West kind of dude, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Tim says BRB. I was just about to try to rope him into things, but that's okay. We'll figure him out. Dang. All right, we'll do another minute's waster on there because I was literally just about to talk to him as a thing. Anybody else do anything while we're here?
I just smile and give Siva a big hug.
I mean, we could always play Gardic Phone while we wait.
She
And waste the opportunity to role play? Come on.
She is actually going to kind of sit down and start using mold earth right in front of her, building trying to make a little part of the Colosseum. It's like a little structure of the Colosseum.
And she's just gonna kind of look down at her and be like, "You are a curious one, aren't you?"
And you see Tacitus kind of take a hanky out of his shirt pocket and starts kind of dabbing down his forehead. He says, "I tell you what, the longer I've been here, the less things make sense." And just kind of stuffs it back down into his shirt pocket.
What is his name?
Tacitus Kilgore.
Okay,
If you're a video game,
I'll call him Kilgore. Because
I
that's
look at
like
him.
the one thing.
I look at him and I say, "Do you want to see something else that doesn't make sense?"
I'm afraid.
Hold on, where is it?
I'm sitting right here. I know I don't make sense.
I don't, Levi, I don't have to, out of game, I don't have to roll a specific thing to show off a specific attack of mine, do I?
Depends on what we're trying to do.
I mean, he could roll performance.
Yeah.
It pertains to the secret of my character.
I guess.
And the cool thing that she can do.
I'm not quite sure what you're referencing. If you want to privately message me real quick here, what you're trying to do,
yeah.
I'll tell you how we should handle it, whatever it is.
Hold on. You know what? I'm just going to take a picture of it.
Everyone is full of secrets.
Yeah, just about everybody has something they're hiding.
Except for Siva. Siva's an open book that no one would believe ever.
Right. The problem is Siva's secrets are secrets from her. She doesn't.
All right, I just sent it to you.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
She discovers shit about herself that's secret.
What is going on here?
You found out.
One day I could just
Mandy. Oh, sorry, Kristen. Go ahead.
I could just see Siva walking past her reflection, being like, "You mean I'm not a beautiful blonde with red eyes?"
In pertaining to that, Levi, the story is that while Manny and her were trading, she found out that she could do that, but he always told her to keep it a secret.
Right. That is up to you if you want to do this. That's technically it's an action, and you can use it. There's really no roll against it. I'm assuming you wouldn't be using it on a person. You're just doing it as a kind of trick to show. I would say a performance roll would probably apply best here. You would do it, but the performance would allow you to dictate it. So if you roll really high on your performance in doing it, you do it the way that you want it, and it looks as impressive as you want it to. If you do it poorly, it looks stupid.
Okay, and just so you know, because Manny told me to keep it a secret, and he is there, and my quote unquote power up, I guess, is me taking a deep breath. So he sees me take a deep breath, and I roll just in case he wants to interject.
If I say he will.
I got a 20.
A nat 20 or a dirty 20?
No, I got a nat 20.
Oh,
no.
Jesus Christ.
I gotcha. All right. Let's see if I can counter that. I don't. I rolled just underneath it, unfortunately. So he reaches to cover what he was going to pretend was a sneeze, and he misses you in doing so. So you are allowed to do that, and it will. And so basically, you get to describe what it is and what's happened. I'll let you take this part for yourself. What do you do?
Okay, so it's called breath weapon. Basically, it is a giant bolt. Depending on obviously what I roll, the bigger the roll, the bigger the bolt. It is a giant bolt of blue electricity that just comes shooting out of my mouth, away from everybody. I make sure I'm not aiming towards a particular person, but instead part of the Colosseum. And before I do all of this, I look at Gunslinger with a smirk, and then I take my deep breath and just let out this massive bolt of blue electricity. And then I look back at him with a very smug smile.
He says, "I stand corrected."
I say, "I don't even know how I did that. Isn't that cool?"
Manny steps in and he goes, "Indigestion is a weird thing, you know. Peppers. Got to be careful what you eat. You know, these side effects are weird." And he looks back at you and he's like,
"Oh, I look like I just remembered something that he told me that I completely forgot about." And I say, "Yeah, that happens when I drink a lot of beer, and only when I drink a lot of beer. I think it has something to do with the bubbles." And I sheepishly nod and look at Manny and kind of like tilt my head down.
Siva looks over at the display and she's like, "I can do that too."
Oh, God.
And
"Wait, can't
she,
see. You got a lot of weird tricks. It's hard to
you
say."
hear her take this big long.
As that's happening, Ash is gonna like step over to the side because she does not trust anything that's about to go on.
Manny looks at Tacitus and goes, "Hit the deck."
she does this giant poison spray out from her mouth and nostrils.
I just look at Siva with sheer amazement and proudness.
And it just lands onto the Coliseum floor. It's just this
I
giant
just-
puddle.
I love Siva so much.
I look up at the sky. It is I look straight into the sun and I'm like, "Oh, it's about that time, guys. Should we go do the thing that we're not doing?" Wink wink.
And Siva just kind of looks over, and there's like this green stuff coming from her nose and the side of her mouth, and she just grins and thumbs up.
I got you. And Manny just kind of says, "Sure, why not? I'll see what the adventure's about," because he wasn't there for that conversation. And Tacitus, he kind of takes his leave. He says, "Well, with that, I think I'm going to retire for the night." And he pulls out a nice stogie of a cigar and lights it up. And you can see, like, the, what's it called? I can't think of the word. It's a kind of scarf sort of blanket thing that, you wear, like, banderos kind of wear, diddle-diddle-ding. Ding 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 ding. And you can kind of hear that in the background as he does that, and he lights off his cigar, and somehow seems like he's almost slow motion walking out. He's just really cool looking, but he's not actually walking in slow motion. He's just really cool, and so he disappears.
The male version of a Mary Sue.
To be fair, he can do stuff though. There's the thing. This is a guy you don't actually want to fight. Honestly, he's very skilled. And so he looks back and he says, "See you same time next week, Manuel," and he walks off. Disappears. And with that, we will hop back into the city for a moment there, and we come back to see Tim's character, Glamdry Brandybuck, who last we saw was going to go take a nap under a tree. Take us away, Tim. What are we doing?
He's napping unless you have something that wakes him up.
Well, I am trying to naturally get you back into the plot since everybody chased you out in that first scene. Thanks, guys.
Wait, Levi, I've got a plan for that. Hold on.
A squirrel naturally just falls onto his stomach.
Well, you're fine, but also he doesn't know who these people are.
Fair.
Hold on, Levi,
One
I'm
tried to
messaging
grab
you.
him. So
I tell you, the guy's got a secret, and you all swarm. Hey, tell us your secret.
0.0 seconds. What's your secret?
Huh, what do you
Yeah,
have
and
for
I
the
told
rest
you
of the
how
world?
he was.
Yeah, I know, and then everybody.
I told you how he was, and I gave you bullets. So he's gonna be sleeping unless you wake him up.
Okay.
Steve is just oblivious to everything. She don't care. She's just wants to be in the party.
Right, and I get that, and Siva, I completely understand.
But I will give you this, and hopefully hope you caught on. The garden isn't open. It is not closed. He is by a fountain, and I'm not sure how big Waterdeep is. So,
Waterdeep is massive. It's a very big city.
okay. Well, he is not hiding in this area. Like he lives within the city, by a fountain. So, but there's a series of things that could wake him up. He loves guests, animals, maybe something with river. So he would be sleeping because he has an afternoon time where he sleeps under the willow every day.
Maybe a kobold.
Kobold, but he's sick in his face. So I want you
Okay,
to.
perfect.
I wanted to give that to you, to see how you would like that to pan out since this is your game. So
Yeah, if
I will react accordingly as Glamdry.
If I could try to get you guys in a party, it would be helpful in general. And I guess I try not to metagame as a DM, but if a character says, out of game that they're keeping a secret, maybe don't swarm them the first second you meet them.
Yeah. Well, Mr. DM, I've do your thing. I will respond accordingly.
Okay. So that being said, you're snoozing happily next to what you said, a fountain?
So there is a fountain in the middle. It's not a big, it's open. His two homes share the fountain, and then there's just picture this huge crescent of probably 3 tiers of stairs, and then there are different flora and fauna all over Waterdeep, all over your world, are in this one area. The centerpiece of it is the willow itself, connected to the fountain. So he has a little nook area where he's probably thrown up a hammock, and he likes to listen to the fountain babbling, and it kind of helps him sleep. The calls of the birds, maybe the doves that come and nest here, and that's kind of his peace, and he'll just be sleeping. So resting his eyes. He'll be aware, but he'll just be resting.
Gotcha. And this is private property like yours, right? You're not in a city ordinance or something?
The semicircle I would say would belong to River, but the fountain probably would be public property.
Okay, then that's definitely going to be my lead in there.
Cool.
First things first, as you are napping away, you're aroused to this noise, and it's a little fuzzy creature goes.
Duck.
No, that's not a duck.
He'll Fine, we'll roll with it. His eyes will jut open as he hears what he thinks sounds like a duck.
It's a squirrel, and if you've never heard a squirrel, that is what they sound like. And he's just going away at an acorn about 2 feet from your head and just kind of looking at you.
I just look over at the squirrel. Hi, hello there, little one.
And he puts his paws down and kind of steps in towards you. Know how a squirrel does when they approach you, just cocks his head at you a little bit.
Yes, looking.
He'll kind of look at it. He will definitely insight check to see if the squirrel is exhibiting aggressive behavior or curiosity, or he clearly is not afraid of Glamdry. So,
No, this is a city squirrel. They're
on
not
his
afraid.
on his insight, that will be just a 11.
Man, you are not rolling high.
Sorry, what was that?
You are not rolling high, but that'll do. 11's really all you need for this.
Yeah.
This squirrel just seems to be curious because, 50% of the time people either try to chase him away or they have something for him to eat, and he's just kind of just trying to figure you out.
Yeah, he'll have some berries. He'll have some like nuts and berries. Here you go, little one. You can keep me company. I mean, River did say I did need friends, and you don't talk.
And he looks at you and goes, and he puts
Well, talk too much, and then he'll put down like a walnut.
and at that point he kind of looks at his acorn. He just goes, and he picks up the walnut and goes, starts smacking it on the ground.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm talking to a squirrel. I was about to ask you if you had the name.
At that point he kind of like puts up one of his back legs and starts scratching his neck.
Well, I prefer we could call you Scratchy.
And he goes back to enjoying that. Kind of looks at you a little bit, just
Maybe Shifty. You do seem to like walnuts. Berry, no. Berry's too weird. You need a nice, robust halfling name. How would you feel if I called you Samwise?
and he stops, kind of looks at you for a second, and he goes right back to eating his walnut.
I don't think you particularly care, but you do look like a Sam. Take another walnut and put it in front of the squirrel.
He reaches over and grabs both of them, just kind of having a moment of how do I do both of these at once. And he kind of puts them underneath his legs as if to guard it, like to make sure that everybody knows it's his. And he goes back to eating the first one.
Well, Sam, I've had a bit of a weird day. I've had people throwing sticks on me at the table. I had a tall woman try to grab me.
Oh my God.
Gustav visited. River thinks I'm going crazy, and now I'm talking to a squirrel.
And he just cocks his head to the side and just goes, "Bing."
Right, that's enough of that. Enjoy your nuts there. It's probably nighttime around here, I'm sure.
It's getting dark, yeah. It's roughly 6:30.
He'll go and change out of his robe and then come back, and he does some night work. He does have some plants that thrive under the moonlight, and he'll start taking care of them, like taking out the potted soil and then replacing it, watering the ones that need to be watered.
Mm-hmm. And at this time being, I don't have a map for it yet. It's just theater of the mind because there's no combat. It's no big deal. You definitely see what appears to be Gustav making his way towards that fountain as you disappear, and you can see that he's there. It's up to you what you do at that point.
He'll How frequent does Gustav come to this fountain? Is this abnormal behavior? Is this new for him, or what?
He doesn't particularly hang out at it. He does know you nap at it. He's seen it before. Most of the people who frequent this area have spotted you at some point or another. Even the cops kind of don't bother you, even though, like, you shouldn't be sleeping at a fountain. They're like, it's just Glamdry. I don't fucking care.
Yeah. But this is just to confirm, this is the fountain that connects to River's property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He'll just continue to go about his business. Gustav again is, like you said, was a person he knows, person he like semi-trust. With his nat 1 on insights, on investigation checks, which is funny. I actually have the lucky feat, so I could re-roll that. but it's fun to not do that. He'll just continue to go about his business. If Gustav's not doing anything important, I mean, it's just he's not a nosy character. So he'll probably just go back, after he's done gardening, he'll go back into his home. But he'll open a window and sit and smoke his pipe. So he'll be at least able to hear. He'll be in earshot as he's reading today's paper.
Do roll me an insight.
That'll be a 12.
It'll do. It'll do for what I need. So you've definitely noticed something that only somebody who is a purveyor of Thieves' Cant would notice. There is, on the front side of it, facing northward, there's a statue, like a guy on a horse kind of thing, really standard medieval stuff. And there's a tiny little symbol that makes no sense to anybody else. But in Thieves' Cant, it means door.
And this is on the fountain?
Mm-hmm. Again, means nothing to anybody else, but if you know Thieves' Cant, you know that symbol means door.
Yeah. Is this the first time him seeing it, or has he known that that's there?
He's known that it's there, but you do take note of it there, and you just think to yourself, kind of want to push it, but obviously I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Again, one of his things, he's not nosy, but his curiosity's peaked, but he's not like, hey, what you doing? He'll again sit by his window because he has this windowsill that just kind of overlooks his garden, and it's open, he can see and he can hear, but he's reading his paper, kind of just looking through his peripheral vision, just kind of watching Gustav, but just kind of being aware of him, but not being in his business.
And at that time, you could see that he has sat next to that symbol that says door on it, and we have some extra people popping up. Definitely Ryoko is there. I don't know if the rest of the party has followed her at that point.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, hello, my friends. I see you've made our way to the public fountain that we has here. And as he's nibbling on a sandwich, so it's a way for him to blend in, because people eating food in front of a public figure like that, not suspicious. Everybody does that shit.
Yoko's trying to play it super chill, even though she's exploding on the inside, and she just says, "Funny seeing you here. I didn't expect to run into you again after the bar."
Oh, well, I'm a man of mystery, and I never know where I'm going to be an hour's notice. But, and he notices that the one guard that does do patrols there has rounded around the corner, and he says, how fast can you walk?
I just look at him and smile and say, fast enough.
He says, good. And while he's sitting on the circle part of the fountain on the outside, he lifts up his foot to touch the symbol that Kristen, roll insight.
Okay.
This is Glamdry right now, by the way.
What's your roll?
It's an 8. You can see that on Roll20.
All right, we'll say this is pretty easy enough because you know the language as well, and it's something that you are familiar with. You also take note of the symbol as he kicks it there, and I'll say that you've never paid attention to it before, but in your brain you go, door. And clicks it. And let's see, what am I going to go for? I gotta pick a good one. I feel like I had more maps in here earlier today. I'm a little confused. Did I not name them correctly? No, I did. Go with these. Yeah, that'll do's. Soup. I will say that there is a underground aquifer system underneath the city, and this is one of the ways to enter it, and it's something that only people who know about Thieves' Cant. I would say, naturally, Siva is in awe and wonder because you didn't notice it. You didn't realize there was a button there.
Siva.
Yeah, she's here.
I'm just saying, it took you a little bit by surprise. You're like, what? And clearly, you got hold on, 1, 2, 3 of you guys, or 4, disappear. There's Ash. Disappeared down this hole very quickly. Swoosh. And Glamdry is there. Glamdry felt that it was done so obviously that Gustav did it on purpose to try to send a message of like, "Hey, look this way." And actually, as he disappears, he does glance one time over towards where Glamdry is, just and just.
Glamdry will be like, "What happens to the doorway?"
As they go down and whatnot, Gustav hits another switch on the inside, and the door just closes right back up.
Yeah, he's never touched this button, not once. So he's read it, but he's never been like, have cared.
You know what? I'm gonna have a little.
That's a little too close. He's just like holding his book. That's a little too close to home for me to be comfortable.
You done with your ramen? No.
He'll actually run over. He's gonna run over to check on
Babe,
River.
you show him her onesie? Yeah. Show them her custom onesie. Stormpooper.
Oh.
And then show them the back.
Oh my god.
What does it say? I can't quite read it.
The dark side.
The dark side.
And then she's got a Doctor Who bib that matches with it. Hold on, he's grabbing it. Sorry for the brief intermission.
Oh, we'll pause for babies.
She's so big.
Say hi.
No.
That's Uncle Levi, Uncle Chase and Tim, and Auntie Kristen.
Hello.
Next stop everywhere. She's like, yeah, dude, she's I know you all think I'm kidding when I say like she's giant for a 1-year-old, but she's like
He is pretty big.
literally half my size. She's the size about she wears like 3-4 toddler, so which is like code for a 3 or 4-year-old. She's a massive baby.
Mommy loves you. She's playing her game. So you can go take a bath.
I see it's a familial trait.
Yeah.
Oh. Careful. Bye, Blue.
You know it would be a great opportunity for a commercial break here. I love Pepperidge Farm cookies. You know who remembers?
I love
yeah.
how it's completely
Rich Farm
blurred.
remembers.
Self-censored.
Completely
You
blurred.
know why it's blurred? Because you can't remember Pepperidge Farm. But Pepperidge Farm remembers.
We're clipping that.
Twitch really said, not Twitch,
That's
Discord really said no product placement.
That's going in my reels. Oh,
It happened with your beer earlier too,
I was gonna say I'm curious if it'll do it for mine. Nope. Cayman
because
Jack.
you don't have the
Yeah.
blurred thing.
oh,
You don't have the
This D&D game is brought to you by Cayman Jack.
by
And
Dr. Pepper.
Actually, that does remind me. If you guys could you mute yourselves on the Twitch or whatnot, if you guys could just put in some words for typing, it helps me get to affiliate so that I can hopefully get monetized one day. Just at some point, now is an okay time as long as we do it before the end of the game there, and just people type some shit in. That counts towards my goal. I think if I get 5 people. Yep, there you go. 5 people talking at the same time. That counts as a score. Siva, what are you, a Pokemon now?
Diva. Oh.
So back to what Glamdry was doing. He's actually going to go and check on River. This has happened a little too close to home, and he's not comfortable.
Okay. We can work that scene out real quick. So you go check on River, who's next door.
He's just seeing if she's there. It's not really like this big to do.
Gotcha. She's there. And you can see her just, I can't crochet, but I hope I'm doing a good job making an example of it.
You're doing a great job. Doing a great job.
You do also notice you can hear her very well. She goes over, around, choke the bastard out, and makes a garrote kind of symbol there, and she goes, kill him. Ooh. Wait.
Hold on, I have a standing desk so I can. He's just like looking through the window. He's kind of just like down on his knees. Hold on. See if I can get my standing desk all the way up. He's just kind of like this.
I love it.
He turns around. Oh, thank Muhammad. Jesus
You can hear her mutter.
He walks over. He walks over back into his house,
Mhm.
and he's going into his wardrobe because he doesn't have a closet, and there is this little section that has like a press-in plate that when he pushes, it comes out. Pushes it, and it's just like covered in dust because he's just not used this equipment in a long time.
Mhm. Roll to dodge the dust that comes out of it.
He's really good at that, so 1 sec, let me get my sheet. So it's a dexterity saving throw, or do you want me to do acrobatics?
Dexterity.
Okay. Which one is dexterity? That is a 26.
Now you roll high. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. He's really good at 2 things, and that's one of the things he's really good at. Oh, he's just like matrixes the dust, dodging the dust particles. No, but he kind of like blows the dust off, and then he opens this case, like it's kind of like a briefcase. He pulls out his old weapons he used to use, and he just like holds his dagger just kind of like up in the air, and it's just covered in blood. Never really cleaned it off.
Wow.
From the last time he used it.
Maybe he should do that.
He cleaned it. I don't want to do this. He like stuffs it down, and he turns around and he looks at himself in the mirror, and he's wearing his old leather armor when he was Nightshade.
Mm. They keep pulling me back in. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
He'll go and he'll grab his tattered cloak. And he'll pull up his scarf where it covers his face, and he'll go and he'll push the button.
Push the button.
Brompton.
Why do we
And he's
even
gonna
have
stealthily
that
follow them. He's gonna stealthily follow them. 25 for a stealth check.
You are the fucking shadows.
Yeah. He's because I took expertise in 2 things. Sleight of hand, stealth was the other.
Also,
So.
check out game chat. I left a GIF of what it looked like him suiting up.
I have a question about
Oh,
the
you-
game.
Huh? What's up?
Does primeval awareness only counts for like creatures, right? Like it doesn't count for like would a hobbit be considered a creature?
No, Hobbit. I mean, it's
Damn.
you're thinking something otherworldly. Yeah, this is basically Tim's got you at this point. You guys are not going to be able to tell he's there.
Okay.
What was the exact thing you were trying to use?
Primeval awareness. Because it doesn't say
think that
otherworldly, it
ability-
says pretty much anything. You can sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Yeah, he doesn't fall under any of those.
Yeah,
He counts as
Mm-mm.
and then furthermore,
I don't know. I would consider you a fiend at this point.
he's not a fiend.
It's not a fiend.
And specifically, if it's a spell, which I suspect that it is something you'd have to be actively aware that you're trying to search for. If it was a passive action,
Oh no,
yes, you would know.
primeval awareness is passive,
Yeah.
but she wouldn't be able to do it because I don't fall under any of those categories.
Exactly. He's not a threat.
I'm a humanoid.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm a humanoid.
He's supposed to be part of your party, which hopefully we'll fix in the next couple minutes. But anyway.
Well, I mean, don't try to uncover his secrets and grab him in the first 4 minutes of the campaign.
Oh my god, let it go. Every single time, there's this girl that grabbed me. It wasn't like a mean grab. Like I wasn't trying to like grab you by the cloak and like bring you back in.
Is there
I
a
was trying
nice
be,
way
like,
to
a
grab
friendly,
someone?
like- yeah, that's why I said like specifically like hook your arms. You know, like oh la di da, we're gonna like go to the bar, which
He's
is where I was
overly
trying.
friendly. That's
Yeah,
the
Still
yeah, it
reason
was
against my
just like-
will.
But still, you're like,
Against
oh my god, this
Landry's
crazy
will.
bitch grabbed me. She was gonna like strangle me. Like it's
Because the crazy bitch tried to grab him.
To be
Like,
fair,
your
he
character,
wouldn't
not
know
your
who you were
player.
or weren't trying to strangle him.
I
Have a
don't know
big
you guys.
smile.
Like,
There's
Glamdry
a
doesn't know
difference
you.
between going up to somebody like this, right, versus like trying to like I was trying to hook his arm, so it was like one of those things where it's like la di da, we're skipping together, like.
You're also like 2 feet taller than him, so you have to like dip down to grab his arm. So there's
Yeah,
still like
that's
this
true.
motion.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm coming up going like I'm going to strangle you. Like,
Come here, halfling. No, I mean that's how he perceived it. So these are the decisions he made.
It
Yeah.
was fairly aggressive. And my screen got reset, damn it. I gotta pop y'all around. Damn it.
I honestly, I wasn't sure who was.
I'm gonna have you hug me.
I wasn't sure who was trying to grab Glamdry. I didn't know if it was Christian or. I was like, what the fuck? Nope.
No, it was me because I'm an over friendly person. Like you'll find out more about my story, but basically I'm just like as nice as I can be to every person.
No, he likes people, but he doesn't like people.
No, I get that.
It's
That's
a thing we'll
yeah.
get into. Also, Tim, did you see what I sent to game chat?
Is it in Facebook? Or is it in Discord?
Discord. I put it in there. Here, I'll tag you real fast. You'll be able to find it faster.
I'm not seeing it. Oh, never. I'm sorry. There it goes. It was at the bottom.
There you go. Yep. That's what just happened. For those of you not able to see what I just
Essentially, yeah, without the medal, because it's old. Like I told you, he hasn't done this in 30, 40 years.
But for those
it's been a long time.
It's Batman and Arkham Knight suiting up in just belts, sheaths, gauntlets, mask, cape. That's basically what just happened.
Yeah. So I will say, Levi, no one would know him as Glamdry because you know the reason why.
I know.
They may know this persona, Nightshade. So.
I got you. I will say that because Gustav is smart and knows the things that he knows, he heard a tiny bit of stone move, and he's going under the assumption that it's you, although he absolutely cannot detect you. He's just playing off the assumption that it's you in the room. He could be wrong, and he knows he probably should check out on it, but he's not going to go poke the bear.
That's up to you. I mean, it's your game, so if you want to roll or if you want him to know, it's up to you.
I have a feeling you'll get revealed at some point here in a minute, but I'll leave that up to roleplay as it goes out. Anyway.
Not with a 25. He's staying in the shadows. Like, he ain't no hero. He don't know these people.
I feel like his theme song would be, dang it, what's that song, This ain't no place for no hero. This ain't no
place. It's specifically the theme from Spider-Man 3 when Tobey Maguire puts on the black suit. That's exactly what it is.
I feel like Gustav's.
I was about to say, I feel like it'd be more emo.
I feel like Gustav's is that new TikTok one that everybody's using. Is it? You don't know me, but I know you.
Dun, 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 dun.
You hear the Pink Panther theme? He stands on one foot. No, he's staying in the shadows.
That's so funny. Love that.
His halflings are the best hiders.
I gotcha. Okay, so where were we?
In the tunnels.
Secret tunnel.
Tunnel. Fuck you. That was mine.
And alright, I gotta add. Nope, that's not what I wanted at all. God, if I can remember where my damn buttons are. We'll have to get you a new token to fit. We'll say you're back here.
I'll just be hidden for now.
Tim, I'll let you be back
I'll get you a halfling rogue.
Yeah, something sneaky looking. Anyway, Gustav looks back at you guys and he says, follow me. I'll let you guys control yourselves.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
You guys are really, really following me so well.
I'm following.
I'm trying to. Oh, there we go.
He's picking up what I'm putting down.
I was trying to get my map to move.
Are all of these tunnels interconnected, or are they on different levels, like how they're on the map?
A little bit of both. You could see some of the levels go up, some of them go down. This looks like a place that if you lost your senses for a moment, you'd be stuck in forever. You can see certain.
Yeah, Glamdry. Glamdry would keep the last person in his eye view, but he
Babe.
would stay far enough away they wouldn't be able to see anything.
Where'd Chase go? I'll move him. I also want to say this is water here, and Chase just gecko runs right across it.
Yes.
It's terrifying and weird.
So amazing. I watch him in her pure elegance.
Just
I think we have
You-
different
you-
definitions of
You
elegance.
see her legs sprawling out to the side and just like flipping back and forth.
And Tim, I'm gonna let you know that that roll was so good. I will count it for 3 rounds, and then you have to roll for another stealth check to continue to stealth
fine.
at that point, because you did great. It's good when I'm gonna count it for 3 whole rounds. That's not normal. Most DMs be like, no, you gotta roll each time.
If it's
Now it's good.
also if it's okay with you, I am going to need one thing from my past. That would probably be like my last heist, and I need goggles of dark vision. That way, I'd be able to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's a health.
Because I don't naturally have that as a halfling.
Ah.
Halflings don't naturally have dark vision, so I would need something to supplement. I would have some goggles or something that would give me dark vision.
This really brings the Batman thing all together.
Pretty much, yeah.
Kristen. Man.
All right, so he turns around and he says, "I'm sure you're all wondering why I gathered you here today." Looks as ominous as he can.
I just look at him and I say, well, I mean, you told us you had a pretty interesting quest to give us, so I'm not really wondering.
He goes, "Okay, first of all, I did not say that.
Sounded like you kind of did.
Absolutely, I said that I am not a quest giver.
Right, you said you heard from a guy, but you know what it is, so.
That is completely different. Also, I was joking just now. I just always wanted to say that as an introduction in an ominous meeting. It doesn't really matter.
I wink at him.
No, stop that.
I got
Right. See, the short, scaly one gets it.
I kind of wonder if she's always just saying things or Judy.
I look at her and I say, "You know what? That makes sense."
I get very defensive of Siva, and I just give Ash a mean look.
I'm not wrong.
Siva curls her tongue out and. Oh.
She's gonna look at Ryoko and go, "She gets it."
I look over
Like,
at Siva,
gesturing.
and I look back at Ash, and I say, obviously.
Siva thumbs up. Oh.
I give Siva a thumbs up.
Oh Lord.
This snack break brought to you by Pepperidge Farm, because remembering your D&D rules really is important.
Earbuds
Nantucket?
suck.
Brought to you by Pepperidge Farms.
What's a Nantucket?
Pepperidge Farms are members.
It's a chunky chocolate chip cookie. It's fantastic.
Oh, I was thinking of the brewery and Family Guy, but that's Pawtucket.
Mm-hmm. It is
that's
Pawtucket.
Okay. The Pawtucket Patriot, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we have semi-moved on from Futurama to Family Guy.
Alright, so didn't Futurama just come back again?
Yes, it did.
That's what I thought.
There will be many more seasons. Thank you, Hulu.
Yes, between all the cancellations, there will be more.
I'm just counting on the last season of Letterkenny.
There are
To be fair,
To be
Be
fair.
fair.
To be fair.
To be
fair.
fair.
That's good.
Levi, do you understand? Do
Yes,
you watch
a
Letterkenny?
little bit. I need to watch
Okay.
more of it, but I know enough to get that joke.
If you guys ever want to know
Look,
what kind of
it is
type
the
I
hockey
have,
version of Blue Mountain State.
That's about all I need to watch more, honestly. I love Blue Mountain State.
Yeah.
You know this.
if you
That's
guys
what I'm
ever-
saying.
All right, so we're here, and we have Glamdry very shadowy in the background.
Glamdry very shadowy.
What did you say?
I just, for some reason, my brain was like, that's not his last name.
Glamdry very
It's
shadowy,
Glamdry.
Buck. Sorry, Tim, couldn't hear you.
No, it's Brandy Buck is the last one.
I know.
Clan name.
It's a good one. All right, so that's second round there, Tim.
Stole
You
it
have
from
one-
Lord of the Rings.
Yes, you have one more round before I make you roll stealth again.
Oh, I can roll it right now. I mean, he rolls really well.
Well, I'm hoping you'll get caught. You know,
Watch you get a natural +1 after saying that.
That is the next one's a 26.
All right, we're gonna count you one at a time because your rolls are too fucking good. All right, so you get 3 more at this point. We'll just wait, and so hopefully you'll choose to reveal yourself at a clandestine moment for everybody's sake.
No, he won't reveal himself. He'll wait for something to happen.
Okay. All right, so Gustav says to him, he says, little lady, he looks right at Ryoko. He says, you gotta learn something called tact. You're a ranger, aren't you?
I look at him and I nod and I say, yeah, it's the only knife I've ever known.
Right, and it is a fantastical life, but here in the land of slippery fingers, we try to be a little bit more subtle in the outside world. And while I don't mind sharing and the potentials for adventure and gold bringing, you gotta have just a little bit more tact when you're out in public. You get me? You understand, kid?
I just cock my head and stare at him expectantly.
That's about what I expected. That's on me.
Ash is just gonna kind of sigh.
It's to be
Just
expected.
hearing that.
Naturally. And with that, he says to him, he says, so, as I mentioned before, an associate of mine has caught wind of some factoids. I'm sure at some point or another you have heard of the Underdark. Is that right?
Ash is gonna nod her head and just kind of eye him.
Uh-huh. He says, you ever been?
What's this? Maybe, maybe not.
Right, well, it is a very, very strange place. And a lot of people who go in do not come out. And those that do usually come out a little bit weirder than when they went in. It's a very odd place. But I'm sure you know the tale of a Beastly who resides there. Otherwise known by
All
the
of
the Underdark. No, it goes by the name Themba Chowd.
I just look at Ash.
Nothing? No recollection? Really? Yous kids don't know about Themba Chowd.
I'll just roll history, I guess.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a good opportunity. Go ahead.
This is probably
In
pretty good.
Siva's mind, she's just trying to process exactly what you were saying.
This is a 6.
And the first thought is a thimble with chowder in it.
Naturally.
I'm just trying to listen to see where this is heading, so I just keep staring at him expectantly.
Okay. I lays it out for you. And he does notice that you're blinking oddly at him, and he's gotten used to it at this point. He just goes, "There." These are the toughest little bottles to open. This is good stuff. If you see Red Rock Ginger Ale at a store, check it out. It's really good. It's like Buffalo Rock beef steps. Did we lose Chase?
He's grabbing me a drink.
Why can't you get your own drink?
He's chasing her a drink.
Like I'm prepared. I have a 6-pack of my Cayman Jack, so whenever I run out, I can just grab another.
Now don't get too wasted, all right?
Oh God, I can't.
We gotta use brain cells.
No, I have to work and I have to take care of my kid while working tomorrow. So
Well, Kristen, that was a terrible roll.
Yes, it was. She does not. She does not have a plus anything to intelligence.
You know, that explains a lot. You played this character really close to the chest, didn't you? By the way, that reminds me.
Siva's got one, a -2.
Reminds me, tomorrow I'm gonna do that TikTok I sent you to do it. You know, the poison coffee. I'm hoping you'll respond to it. You don't remember?
Oh, I can't look at my phone. I'm on it.
No, you can't. Yeah, you see, and that's exactly the intelligence I expected from you. Like, anyone shade my glasses? Where are they?
You want to see my? You want to see my snake?
Oh yeah, look at that thing. This is my spite mate, everybody. My girl foe.
Nobody can see us on. Oh wait, now we can.
Yeah. Wait. What do you think? This is how it is.
Wait,
For
they
the
can see
longest
us?
time.
Hmm?
For the longest time, we couldn't be seen.
Okay, so they couldn't see us,
Not for the longest time.
Well, whenever.
but they can now.
Yeah, no, I have you guys set up there. I hop back and forth between camera views, so you might have looked at it at one point or another. I am controlling how this thing goes and operates. But this is it most of the time. Like, if we go into a combat view, I might zoom us in and check out just that page. But, anyway, so Kristen, with your 6, you recall that you have heard the name Thimberchat. Yeah, what was that?
Yeah.
And why is Tim muted?
Sorry, it's mic problems. I'm back.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So with the 6, you know you've heard the name Thimberchild. As to what it is, you're not sure. But this is the point where Gustav takes over the story. And he kind of rolls his eyes and takes a deep breath, and he's just like, whatever. And he says, Thimberchild is a dragon. All right? Not only is he just not any old dragon, he was a city dragon, meant to keep the embers boiling in a nice, city coals orifice, the smelting and whatnot. They kept the place powered. And the way that the theory worked was that you would get a baby dragon, you'd feed it, you'd take care of it for a while, and then you'd kill it before it got too big and smart. Well, the problem was Thimberchild was just a little bit smarter than the usual ones they did. And he ate his owners, he ate the city, he escaped. Last we know, he's been in the Underdark for I don't know. He's been there for a while.
Every single hair on my body starts standing up. I start drooling, but with my drool, there's little blue static coming out.
He stops dead in his track, like he's been gesticulating, an Italian kind of thing, and he stops and looks at you and he goes, "Do you need a doctor or something? That don't look right."
Ash is gonna kind of side eye her and just lean away just a bit.
As she puffs a big thing of smoke.
I know this is going to seem aggressive. I promise you it's non-threatening. So take this as non-threateningly as possible. I grab him by his collar and I bring him close to me and I say, "Did you just say a fucking dragon?"
He does an athletics check to break your hold because he doesn't like the lack of distance between the two of you at this time. He finds it concerning.
I don't know what distance is.
Apparently.
What's a personal bubble?
Apparently. So, rolling acrobatics. That is a 19. He successfully pushes you off of his shirt collar or whatnot. He's just like, "I will happily tell you everything. Don't do that again."
I just stay right in my position and I even take another step forward to him and I say, "Talk now, talk, dragon, talk."
He takes a step back and he's just like, "Easy. All right, we'd be
I just wait.
We'd be farther along in the conversation had you done nothing, okay?" Anyway, never mind.
I'm just nervously sweating at this point.
I could see that.
Basically hyperventilating.
And he says, "Where was I? Thimberchild ate the people that was taking care of him before they could kill him. He killed them. He ran away. He ate a lot of gold. He built himself a hoard. He's been disappearing into the Underdark for a very, very fucking long time. And he's been there for a while. And it was thought that the particular location had been lost. Well, there was a poor, unfortunate soul who was wandering about on his own property, and one thing led to another, and he ended up in a secret passageway. Now, you might know, maybe you don't know. At this point, I don't know what you know. Underdark passageways do pop up in very odd places. So, while it was lost, theoretically, all one has to do is wait for a new doorway to pop open. And when one does make themselves visible, like apparently one has as of late, that gives the opportunity. Now, the good news is almost nobody knows about this, and he does look back behind the crowd, hoping to see somebody pop up. Tim, roll for stealth again. Roll a 1, you bitch.
Reroll once. That is a 22.
Oh yeah, because he's half.
And you see Gustav kind of takes a deep breath out and kind of disappointment goes, not too many people know about this. So the odds are there would be a dragon heist job, which again, as I had mentioned, he has a horde. Now here's the thing a lot of people don't know about dragons. Their power is directly related to the ethereal horde that they have nearby and around themselves. So, you might say, oh, we gotta fight a dragon. Not necessarily. If you do it at the right time, and you have, let's say, some teleportation spells, some portals, things like that, and you can eliminate what is considered the strong points of the creature's innumerousness in its power, you can effectively pull a plug on it, make it much easier to deal with it if you have to. But honestly, my hope is we don't have to deal with him at all, because I don't want to fight a dragon. I mean, who in their right minds wants to, It's a dragon.
I'd look at you with a contorted face that clearly shows that I'm hiding something of very valuable information to you.
He looks at you and he goes, no, for real, go see a doctor. There's something wrong with you. Anyway, so I am attempting to put together a crew, and I was hoping a friend of mine might have stopped by at this point, but oh well, I guess not, because he's really the guy who's got the skills to pull it off. But you seem like good kids, and at this point, I'm still not decided if we're going to go through with it. But overall, I think you got some skills. Still in the planning phases, but you got to keep it on the hush hush and the down low. Because if word gets out, what we doing, then the whole city mobs the thing. If they figure out where the door is, they all go for it as quick as they can. Any odds we have of pulling this off in secret or actually being successful at all, disappear. Spell it out, Any questions?
I just keep looking at him with that face as like obviously trying to say, hey, I have something that might be of use to you.
Okay, and he looks back at her and he kind of snaps it. He goes, what? Do you want to share something with the class? What the fuck is it?
I hold up my bag to him so only he can see, and inside of it he says he sees the orb of dragonkind.
Okay.
Which you did say I could keep that.
Yes, I have to go Google that.
I can tell you right now if you want. I have it pulled up.
This is D&D. Somebody's like, I have a special item. Ah, fuck. Orb of dragon.
I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Just
basically.
I'm just going to
okay.
read it. This way, if there's any secrets I don't want to reveal, I don't have to.
With the whole dragon talk, Siva's like starting to get a little nervous. Her humming. You know that sound that she normally does?
Mm-hmm.
She hears the words of dragons and kind of goes into like a small little.
Sorry, you cut out. I heard small little, and then that was the last thing. Did you say
Oh,
something?
panic. She goes into like a small little panic.
All right. Again, we have to pause for a second. I got to catch up with what this is so I know what I'm dealing with.
Oh, you're good.
This thing is a little too powerful.
So I'm gonna act like I'm not very aware of what this is. I'm gonna say we found it on one of the Rangers quests that I was on, and as far as I'm aware, it's just this weird circular thing with a dragon on it. So I'm not entirely sure exactly what it is or what it does, but because it has a dragon on it, I felt like it would be of some use in regards to this quest.
Sure, and it is powerful, but I'll just let you know it does not have any homing abilities. It does have some dragon-based spells attached to it. If you have it, you basically can a couple times use some very powerful dragon-based spells as though you might have been a dragon. It is a very powerful item, and I think for now it's best, we keep that, a lid on that there, because that's kind of a world-ending tool right there. But I look at this and I'm like, I thought the day was gonna get weird. I didn't know how right I was. What the fuck are you doing with that?
I just look at him very happily and I say, I found it on a Rangers quest. It can help, right?
Only if we need to destroy a mountain, which, I guess, it could be useful in its own ways. But you don't. What? Like he's befuddled.
But I point at the little dragon carving and I say, but it's got a dragon, so it can help, right?
In an indirect kind of destructive way, yes.
And I just smile happily and I shuffle my bag.
He says, yeah, good, hide that thing. Anybody knows you got it, they're going to try to take it from you. So just, mum's the word, all right? Shh. And in case you didn't understand in English, that means don't tell nobody what you've got, kid.
I just look at him confused but nod in agreement.
Okay, good. Glad we understand something. Tim, do you feel like interjecting, or you just want to keep listening, or what?
Oh no, it's the same thing you heard before. He's just disinterested. Like heists are just not. It's been a long time. I mean, I'll give you another stealth check if you want one, but again,
Sure.
it's something he's really good at.
Jesus Christ.
Still a 21.
You know what?
It's slowly going down.
Yeah. We're never gonna
What is the lowest you could roll?
Yeah, no, he's like actually at this point, like hearing this, he's like, well, I mean, this isn't what I thought it was. I mean, it's so he just actually is going to turn around and just go back upstairs because he's just so disinterested.
Wow, this is going great. Jesus Christ. All right. And so he
Okay,
adds on.
so he's leaving, right?
Yeah, but he's been stealthing this entire time.
Yeah, he's
so
very successful.
you guys would have to actively be searching for him,
Mhm.
which you wouldn't be because you're having a conversation to be able to find him.
Our passive perception is collectively just not enough to catch him at this point.
Yeah.
This hopefully, I'm hoping you're still in range to hear them as this happens and whatnot. And he says, now the other reason besides wild riches and power is I happen to have a good, kind, and generous heart. If something were to go wrong with this here, beyond the fact that we could have a massive payday, is that if Thimberchild was able to be put back into the corporeal world as he were, it could destroy cities, canyons, mountains, worlds. If he managed to find his way into Waterdeep, the town that we're in, a lot of people could die.
I just look at him kind of offended.
I say, listen, little missy, not every dragon is friendly. This one in particular is not.
Not his fault, I say under my breath.
All right. But anyway.
Siva kind of looks up at her. Some dragons are just mean. Blah, blah, blah.
Right, and some of them have very good justifiable reasons. This one is actually an evil, maliced dragon, and he's not very kind or polite-like. So, so Tim, tell me, does that change your character's mind at all? Because this was in earshot.
No.
My God.
He is he's not a hero. He's not going to go storm a dragon's castle and do whatever for fame, glory. That's just not how playing.
Well, Tim, how are we going to involve you in this quest at all? We'll have to figure that out.
We can discuss that separately.
Okay, we'll have to figure something out.
What do you need?
Sweatpants, boxers, sock, shirt.
Anyways.
please.
All right. Let's give just a quick little break there for the moments.
So he would still say, like, he would stay within earshot, but it's the same stuff that he knows that Gustav tried to sell him on before, and he's just, like, he likes his life. He doesn't want to, like, yeah, sure, another heist would be great, but it's just, he walked away from that. So he's very strong in his convictions. He doesn't give in to impulses. Like, he's built discipline over the years.
Okay. The return, I think. Nope, I thought she was back. I see Kristen has.
Semi-return.
I see Kristen has found herself a big baby.
She just wanted to come see. Come here, little fur rat.
I will say I do think Steve is a lot of fun, though, as a character. And I apologize if this is frustrating, but this is just how Glamdry is. Like, this does not interest him. But there are things that will get him into this stuff that we can talk about later, if that helps.
Yes, we'll have to figure what those out are.
And I know what's occurring here, and we can just talk about that later. But I'm not trying to be a pain. This is how Glamdry is.
Okay. Well, there's roleplay there for you.
So.
Tell you what, let's do a quick little break. It seems like she needs some time.
She's making biscuits.
I see. Let's go do a quick little bathroom break for everybody because I know I need to pee, and I'm going to put us on the channel break, and we can hop right back in. Back in like 5, guys?
All right. Sure.
All right.
All right. We are back, chat. One moment. And welcome back, everybody, for that very long break we had. We had to figure some stuff out. Also, just because I'm paranoid, I'm going to go check the Twitch audio to make sure it's still running. If one of you could say something.
Hello.
Check.
No.
If one of you could say something.
Hello.
Check.
No.
Good. Okay. We're good then. Muted. Back for myself anyway. So, here we are. And, let me get on my screen back where I was. Okay. So, going back at it. So, he explains to Ryoko, he says, so this could be very useful, you know. It's got its purposes, but you got to be careful. It's rolling the dice on your free will. So we got to find the right person to do it. Otherwise, you might get lost forever. You dig, kiddo? That was for you,
I
Chloe.
look at him with 100% confidence, and I just say, if the time comes, I'll find a way.
All right. So, well, it is true there is a lot of money to be paid out in this. I'm more concerned with the destruction of the city because it's not so much a question of if, but when. You got bad people out there who want money and power. They will do what they have to do. Denpachao is evil and will eat the entire city. And some of these maroons out there will not hesitate, you know, to pull the trigger. And they don't care who dies in the process. So,
I just look at the floor disappointedly.
All right, so are we gonna stand around and wait for it, or
Well, that's. I mean, we're gonna go as soon as we can. There are a couple of things to bring into it. But like I said, I got to get another person or two because now we're at least a man down, needing a little bit of help. But that'll be a me problem. I know people in this town, kids. For now, you guys lay low, tell nobody. I'll deal with that part myself, and you know, just keep your nose clean.
When I like
My nose
actively.
is-
Sorry, go ahead.
Siva kind of looks up. My nose is always clean. And you just see like a little booger just kind of dripping.
Very much.
Little slobber.
Like I said, Gustav kind of just doesn't know how to react. He goes, "Of course."
And she goes,
Absolutely.
and you see that little booger just fling back up in her nose.
Real quick, Kristen, your audio is picking up Chase's sounds. Like you're clicking every time that he talks.
It's my fault.
I'll keep my other earbud in my hand.
We gotta get you some headphones or something. Anyway,
So
These
I'm
are
gonna
headphones.
go. I'm gonna go search out Emmanuel because there's a couple of things I need to discuss with him.
all right. Well, I'll take you kids back to the door, and I'll make sure it's clear, and then we'll get out of here for now. All right?
And nod.
All right. And he kind of looks around looking for any questions. Doesn't appear to be any, so he starts to once again make his way out. You guys can follow suit. And just because Tim rolled stealth once because we all passed you, I'm sure you'll roll a 32 or something, but go ahead.
It's another 21.
Motherfucker. Yeah, we didn't see you at all.
And why I played a halfling.
Yeah, good job.
They're very good.
Halflings are like the sneakiest little sons of bitches.
Yeah,
Apparently.
like J.R. Tolkien was not lying when they said they literally can hide in your space and you don't know them. Can't see them. Essentially. He will go back up to the top, just like incredibly disappointed. I mean, it was the same thing he came in the house and told him, and he's just at this stage in his life. I mean, he's a middle-aged halfling. He's seen his share of adventures. He's just not interested in this anymore. So he's actually going to take off all of like the nightshade stuff and like fold it up and like just like close it up and like put it back into his wardrobe, and he'll change back into Glamdry Bandry and back into Glamdry. He'll smoke a pipe just to like ease his nerves, and he'll just kind of walk outside and enjoy. He has like fairy fire, or sorry, he has dancing lights that go throughout his forest at night, or go throughout the thing at night. I couldn't quite hear you. I think you're.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I was just listening to you narrate yourself. It's good so far. Keep
Yeah,
going.
no, he'll go out and he'll just admire the moonlight and the dancing lights that are in his garden as he's smoking and blowing smoke rings.
I got you. And again,
So is this place like close to where the fountain and everything was?
I would say it's about a mile. If you're going back to the tavern, that's about a mile away, maybe a mile and a half southwards. He's based on what you told me, Tim. You live in the North Ward section. It's a decent part of town. If you go southward, that's where it gets a little bit grungy. It's kind of where the ghetto is. So you're on the north side. The bar, the Crystal Waters, is nearish, so it's not terribly far to go. So the walk is like 5 or 10 minutes long. Where would you be going, Tim, at this point with your plans?
He would probably just be standing back in his sitting room with the circular window that looks out into the garden.
Okay.
He's got the window open. He's smoking, blowing smoke rings out the window.
I got you.
He's
Roll.
just his interest was peaked, and then it wasn't, and then he's just back to his humdrum life.
Roll for perception, Tim.
Passive or actively searching? Because it'd probably be passive for him,
It'd be
which would
passive,
be
yeah,
like a
what
10.
is- Say again?
Yeah. It's just for him, it's a 10.
Okay. So you definitely hear singing next door. It's about 7:30 at night at this point. You know, like they were chatting for a bit there. It's decently dark. It's not like midnight pitch black, but you know that River is almost always in bed at this point, so to hear any form of commotion from her house is odd.
Yeah, he'll like pull out his pocket watch and like check the time, see that it's 7:30.
And even more strange for
It's
you
weird.
is you definitely hear a second voice seems to be singing in harmony with hers.
He like because he knows he doesn't have visitors without everyone that comes to visit River checks in with him first. There's actually a sign that explicitly states so on her door. Um, so like he like puts his pipe out and then he just like starts walking over there. And he'll be stealthy, but I'll do half of my bonus for you because he's not like trying to stealth too much, but stealthing a little bit, so it won't be like a +7.
Gotcha.
That is there you go. You finally got what you wanted. That is a 7.
Oh, finally. Dear God.
And
Probably the best
he'll
when I say
try
that.
to just walk over to the window. His nerves are kind of racked because he's not heard since the death of River's husband. Um, he's not heard a second voice in there, especially this late. So he'll try to hide near the window, but I'm pretty sure the person's going to see him.
Gotcha. And for what you can tell, it almost sounds familiar. The other voice that you're hearing sing.
I probably do. Hold on. So this is for him. It's going to be recalling knowledge because it's been 40 years since he's done anything. So yeah, it's 18, so he'll probably know who it is.
For
Must have
some
been a
reason,
very bad person in his life.
so for
Him to
some
remember.
reason, you feel like you're hearing the voice of Panad Riverdream, the former, deceased widow of Yeneman. And obviously, you think to yourself, you're like, I know I'm losing it. There's no way that's who I'm hearing.
So it is the widower. It's I hear the husband.
You hear
Is
the
what I'm
husband.
hearing. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, that would pique his interest. He'd still try to stealth, but obviously, like being racked, he's not being good at what he's at right now.
Hands are shaking a little bit.
Yep. A little bit.
Okay. What do you do now?
He's looking in the window to see what he can see.
For all intents and purposes, you see Panad. He's there in the room, and he's sitting next to her, and they're singing a little kind of shanty thing, and you kind of make out the words between them, kind of drunkenly and stupidly and whatnot, and he's holding her, and you hear both of them, kind of rocking back and forth, singing like, Wild Rovers, like, oh, they never. Bum, bum,
Yeah,
bum,
Wild Rover,
bum.
I know. Yeah. No Wild Rover, no more.
And you can see
Play the Wild Rover.
Yeneman.
He'll do an Arcana because he's not an idiot.
Right.
Like he's not incredibly intelligent, but he's not an idiot. He's been around.
Right.
Lucky for you, that is a 6.
Well, you may not be super great with magic, but just off the bat, it does not seem like any spells have been cast. For what you can see, this person sounds like him, looks like him, and he's holding her, Yeneman, and you can see that, there's some tears that seem to have run down her face and are drying as she's, recovering from it, and she seems really, really happy.
He'll like he had one dagger he kept, and it was the bloody one that he cleaned before he went down there. He'll go and he'll knock on the door.
And he looks to her and he says, "Don't worry, sweetie. Just lay down. I'll take care of the door. Who could be here at this hour of the night?" And he makes his way over and opens it to you. And at first you see a warm, friendly smile. And he goes, "Glamdry, great to see you." But he kind of lingers a little too long when he says it, and it feels off.
He knows sorry, what was the husband's name?
Panad. That's P-A-N-N-A-D.
Panad. Okay. Yeah, no, he knows Panad's dead. He held him as Panad died. You mind telling me who you are?
He says, "Don't you recognize me?"
I recognize who you appear to be, but we both know you're not who you are.
And he looks at you and he goes,
I'll ask you again.
He goes, "Shh, you'll upset River. Come on in. Have a cup of tea. Everything will be fine."
He's gonna take the dagger and like stick it under his throat. I advise you come outside and we talk out here.
Sure, but you probably don't want any of your secrets out in public. And you can see Yen is looking really sleepy. And once again, give me an insight check.
That is a 15.
Pretty good. You detect the faintest smell of what you know to be sleeping agents. While it definitely is a classical tea, you're pretty dang confident that he slipped something in there. And from the knowledge that you have, you don't think that it's poison, but you're not 100% sure. But you're pretty confident that he didn't just kill her, but he's put her to sleep.
He will like grab him by the scruff of the neck, literally put the dagger right up to his throat, like here, like he's bringing blood.
I gotcha. He goes,
Outside, now.
And he replies back to him and he says, and he starts to pull off a little bit of a mask. You can see what seems to be kind of prosthetics, and he's pulling them off a little bit there, and he kind of pushes your dagger away. He says, "Nah, it's not a way to speak to, an associate of yours, Nightshade." And he looks at you very knowingly.
His grip will loosen. I'm gonna roll to not lose control. Probably a will save.
Sure, go for
He
it.
is not great at that. Because he is very angry right now. That is a 15. I'll let you decide what you think the DC is for this, because he's gonna slit his throat if he fails this. Like it's gonna be his gut reaction.
I got you. And he says, "Shh, everything's fine. I wouldn't harm the old missus. Sweet dear old woman. I do apologise for the deception, but I really didn't know how else to get a hold of your attention at this point. You're very, very good at hiding. Of course, you always were, right? That's the reputation, and that's all we've ever known."
If he passes, he'll probably drop the dagger.
Oh, were you asking for a roll?
Like-
I mean, like you passed your will save. You didn't give in to your murderous rage, did you?
Yeah, no. If he passed the will save and the knee jerk was I'm gonna cut this motherfucker's throat.
Gotcha. You passed. Like that was enough for you to
Okay,
not kill him.
so now he's in shock. Now the anger subsided, and he's in shock, and he's like understanding what's happening. Like when you just have that initial, you're angry and you can't think. That's just what happened.
It's the trap. You've
And-
sprung the trap.
Now he's like dropped the dagger, and he's like fallen to his knees, and he's actually probably started crying.
And at this point, he kind of catches you a little bit. He goes, "Shh, hey, no need to make a scene. We're all friends here. Deep breaths, friend." And he's trying to actually calm you at this point.
Yeah, so it's the anger and then the shock, and then now he'll calm down.
I got you. So
And he'll his hand will go to the dagger. You come to my house. If you do anything, I'll kill you on sight. This is your only warning.
I wouldn't dream of it. I'm a peaceful kind most of the time. Don't like hurting anyone. Not truly, not really. It's had to be done before. I've done it before. Between you and me, never liked it. But it comes with the job, Speaking of that, any idea who I am?
He knows he'll do another recall knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So just a static intelligence. You got a 13.
It's pretty decent there. When he says that, he's like, "Recognize me." He pulls his shirt aside a little bit there to show kind of an emblem hanging down from his neck on a necklace there, and you see the symbol for the local arch thief region. So there's like a head thief in charge of all the rogues guilds across the world, everywhere else, and arch thieves are considered like kind of top tier generals for each city. There's 4 of them, per regent, and he's in the one that's in Waterdeep. You realize that according to the reputation, this is the one that they call Faust. And Faust is a master thief. He's a master rogue. He has killed people before. And it's as he says there, he doesn't do it too often. He does do it when it's necessary.
His name is Faust.
His full name is, you recognize him as Faust. We'll get to the name in a second.
Well, most rogues probably have a code name, like how mine's Nightshade. Like,
Yeah, he's Faust.
At that point, he will compose himself because that like reaction is the exact opposite of how Glamdry typically is.
Mhm.
He will grab him by the shirt and then just start like leading him into his house. He doesn't want to be out here in the open.
Right. And
But he'll take the dagger and he'll like sheath it. He's not going to have it at the guy's neck.
gotcha. He says, "Oi, oi, easy, easy. There's no need for all this violence. At least I hope there's not. We can be friends, I think. Don't you? Don't you want to be
We're-
friends? I don't like having enemies."
For not, he'll like set him down in the setting room and like he'll like light a fire, and he'll like shakily just pour himself like some tea, and he'll just be like leaning over the fireplace, and like his eyes are just looking back at the window towards river.
Listen, I do apologise for the abrupt nature of which I have revealed myself to you on this evening, but you are so good at your job. We thought you were dead for this past decade. Longer, probably. But I think you could see why it was necessary to infiltrate your life the way that it was. I know if I'd have come to your door, you would have killed me instantly. If I put myself next to the kind old woman who's taken care of you for these many years now, you might slow down just a little bit. Am I right in that? I think so. I think I guessed that right.
He'll turn around and you'll actually see Landry's gone. Like it's Nightshade now.
It's Nightshade. Batman's here.
What do you want?
He says, well,
Out with it now,
it's just
or
a
I'll
bit
gut you and you won't leave this house.
It's just a bit of business, that's all. People in my city, people who are rogues, thieves, certain amount of tribute, certain amount of jobs they have to pull to be considered residents, per se. And you know what they say, once you're in, you're never really out. Always part of it. I'm not asking for much, just need to show a bit of allegiance, some form of work from you to show that you can play nice. And mind you, yes, it's true, you might kill me tonight. You seem very capable of it, I believe you. But I do run this city. Nothing comes in or out without me knowing about it. And more importantly, if you were to kill me tonight, you and every person you've ever been friends with would be dead before the sun was up. So it's true. You might get me, but they'll get you and everyone else. So it's up to you. Can we be friends?
I don't want to be your friend and I don't work for you. What do you want?
I need a certain amount of tribute, and I am currently looking for skilled labourers to help bring in more revenue to the group. There's a number of jobs that you could do that would show your loyalty. Pick any one of them. There's there's pickpocketing, but that's beneath you, to be honest. You could rob a bank, that's fine. There's also that bit about the Underdark. Maybe you heard about it. No? I'll explain.
He's going to take the dagger and like he's going to slam it as close as he can to this guy, and he's going to get into his face. Like he's truly going to see Nightshade.
This is
Like it's been 40 years, and he's just as close as he can without nicking him. And you're just going to like see just his eyes and just the fury in this halfling's face. I don't work for you. I will never work for you. I left this 40 fucking years ago. I'll give you what you want, but if you ever hurt that woman, I will rain hellfire down on you and every single rogue in Waterdeep. I will make you wish you never stepped outside at night. Do you understand?
And he raises his hands in surrender, and he says, just wanted a bit of compliance. I wouldn't want to hurt anyone at all. Prefer it, actually. Yeah, we're on the same page.
He takes the dagger out of the wall, and like he just punched an entire hole in his drywall. What do you want in Underdark? He'll sheathe the dagger as he's calming down.
So, there's a dragon that is a bit of a nuisance. And I don't like the idea of him being in my city. And I definitely want the gold. But I want him dead. And the only way to do that is to take away his power. I don't really care how you get it done. You're brilliant. Your reputation speaks before you. I know you'll get the job done. Right now the city's not safe. And yeah, sure, it's quiet right now. Give it a few days, a few weeks. Somebody's going to muck about and cause the apocalypse. And then there'll be a problem. Also that pile of hoard treasure he's got, could do with that. But mostly want him gone. So if you got away to get the gold into the coffers of this guild and to end him, we'll call it even Stevens. No one has to get hurt, no one has to know. As far as I'm concerned, Nightshade was never around. Now I think
he's going to go get his pipe and he's going to smoke it. He'll walk back over. I do this for you. Nightshade dies. You can have the bloody fucking cloak. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The old woman, she lives at least until death takes her. Naturally. If I hear you've harmed a hair on her head, I will come for you, Faust. You will not stop me. After this last heist, I'm hanging up the daggers for good. I'm done.
alright. And he puts out his hand to shake yours.
You can keep your bloody gold. He'll unfortunately very not happily shake his hand.
And clasp it, says,
And as he's shaking it, there's one last thing. You watch the old woman. If she even gets sick, deal's off. You understand?
She'll live as long as possible.
You watch her every single night. You have thieves posted outside of her door every night. And I have informants in this city too.
He starts to get up because he believes that's really all he needed. And he looks at you and he goes, you know what? You were everything they said you would be. Maybe even more.
Get out of my fucking house.
Alright. And he starts to make his way towards the door, and he does look very slightly at the hole where you place the dagger. He makes a mental note of it. He says, you have a good night. And he closes the door and disappears into the shadows in a way that is very familiar to you. Just gone.
So Glamdry is actually going to fall to his knees, and he is going to sob, like uncontrollably, because he has put River in danger, and he is just never wanted this to happen. And he, like, all of that is just going to come out. He is just heaving, crying onto the floor. And then after he's done, he'll collect himself, and then he'll get back into his Glamdry stuff and clean up everything and try to, like, move a chair over to hide the hole in the wall. And he'll go and he'll check on River. And he'll, like, just gently pat her hair as she's sleeping. And he'll wait for the rest of them to come out.
She's quietly snoring, then you kind of hear her kind of humming while she's slumped over, just, you know. No, never. You know, just quietly humming that tune. She seems quite content. Whatever's going on in her mind, she's very happy.
He'll just make sure she's tucked in, and he'll, like, put the light out, but he'll just, like, as Glamdry, he'll just touch it with his hand, he'll just hold the flame there so he can feel the pain because he feels like he deserves this. He did this to her.
Gotcha. All right. And what, you go to
And then
bed?
he'll walk outside. He'll walk outside, I'm sure, as they're leaving.
Hmm. They've got a bit of a lead on you. I would say they're probably about half a mile down the road.
He'll go to bed. He needs to sleep. That was a lot.
That's fair.
That was a lot.
So Glamdry lays down, and I would say that you might have the urge to kind of medicate yourself because you know that you're tense. And maybe a nice tea.
He smokes. He doesn't. Yeah, he smokes. So that's kind of like his way of dealing with the stress. Yeah, he'll blow smoke rings until he falls asleep.
Mm-hmm. And he has a restless sleep thinking about mistakes of the past, mistakes of the present. You have a nightmare where you see Panad, kind of demonically shapeshift into Faust, who is a very appropriately named character, whose hand you did shake, by the way.
Can't wash the fin away.
Right. And in your nightmare, you see your hand black where he touched it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's back to Glamdry. He's happy. The next morning.
Gotcha.
He'll make breakfast and then cook, and then he's gonna go try to find Gustav, I guess.
Gotcha. I'm gonna do just a little bit catch up role play with the other group there. So, in between all that, you guys are leaving the place. Walk me through what you do next.
I seek out Manny.
To the bar. You know that Manny does, on occasion, hang out at this bar in the evening. It's either that or he's at his house, which is a kind of a manor. Like, he's been staying with his parents, and they're very, very financially well off. So, let's say that you go to the bar first, because it is on the way. All right. What about the rest of the party? Are you guys with her? Like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, I'm following
Yeah, we'll
along with
follow
her.
her.
Okay. Where did Siva go? Oh, yep. Well, you're all in there. Commence.
Is Manny there?
Yeah.
Okay. I turn to Ash and Siva and I say, hey guys, I have a little bit of a backstory that I need to bring up with someone. Do y'all mind just chilling at a table real quick?
Yes. Cool.
She was just watching around at everything, kind of like in a daze for a minute, and then she catches the attention of what you said, and she's like, "Oh, sure, it's all good. Just I gotta lay down here for a minute." She
I
just
look at-
lays on the floor.
I give Siva head pats and head over to Manny.
All right. And I see you plop yourself down. And I say, oh, hello again. You look serious. That's unusual.
You notice I don't even have a drink.
Yeah.
I look at you with a very serious... What?
I was going to say, I look at you and I go, did you decide to surprise your liver or something?
I look at him with a half smirk and I say, no, Manny, I've got to talk to you about something pretty serious and I need your help.
This is all right. Step into my office. Points at the table.
I giggle. I say, so you remember that quest that I left the Rangers Guild for? That thing that we've been talking about since I was a kid.
Right, yeah.
Well, I may or may not have stumbled upon an opportunity to do said thing.
There's a couple things that could mean. Could you be slightly more clear about which subject we could be talking about?
I try to maintain a face of seriousness, but I can't hide the smile. And I say, the one that breathes fire.
I say, oh, that strange obsession of yours.
I nod and I say, yes, we have an opportunity to do a thing. And this has been a lifelong goal of mine. And you are the one that has raised me since I was a kid. So any advice that you have would be appreciated.
Well, two things you should know, and it is unfortunate while they do have a reputation, it is unfortunately well founded. Most dragons do intend harm, and almost all of them will kill you on sight if you try to ride them, so don't do that.
I laugh and I say, kind of dishearteningly,
Right? It's not.
this sounds like. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's not that it can't happen. Just saying, the odds of finding one that would be amenable to your requests is very small. So if you have that as a first instinct, don't.
No. If anything, I heard about his upcoming, and I feel bad, being raised just to be killed. And what?
Wait,
I know you are much more wiser than I am. So how do I befriend something like this?
wait, hold on. Raised up to be killed. Who are you talking about?
I look at him unsure, and I say, "The dragon from down under."
I look at her and I go, and I lean and I go, are you talking about Themba Child? And I whisper it just as quietly as I can.
Catch his drift, and I just nod silently.
And like I pull my seat in a little bit closer and I move my alcohol away and I just go, are you out of your bloody mind?
I just give him the devilish smile that he came accustomed to as a kid.
Is Siva still on the floor?
Yeah, she's just laying there.
Is she like
At this point, y'all just hear Ash go, Siva, and do like a hand movement.
Siva just like kind of, and the tongue hangs out, and the eyes are like bug-eyed. She starts scurrying across the floor and stands up right there next to Ash. That was
Don't be on the floor.
That smells good down there.
While this happens, one of the bartenders was cleaning a glass, just kind of like.
Siva's looking towards Ash, and then she abruptly turns her head towards the bartender and.
The bartender shrieks, accidentally throws their glass up, and like falls back and slips on the ground, and you hear a glass break. Cling! Also, your audio is having an issue again, the two of you.
Oh, mine?
Yeah, you talk, hers comes off.
Don't worry, I'll just hold it.
So basically, if you notice whenever he talks, your green triggers Kristen.
It's alright.
Anyway, so they slip and fall and a glass breaks so whatnot, and the other bartender looks at them and just goes, oh,
I'm talking now.
New hires.
What was that? Oh, Jesus Christ. I heard that from all the way over here.
Alright, so Manny comes in close and whatnot, and he's kind of scolding her and kind of trying to disencourage the whole thing. She's like, there is a short list of dragons that are household names. Most of them are on playing cards. Themba Child is not one of them, but he's very famous. And unfortunately, famous dragons are almost always famous for very bad things. This one is a city eater. Sorry, I'm putting things together. Are you telling me that you have some reason to believe that people have found a way to get to him at this time? Is that what you mean?
All the joy and energy that usually radiates off of me as a person is gone, and I have turned into a very serious person that, from another look, you wouldn't even recognize as the same person. And I lean in close to Manny and I say, yes, but you know that this is what I've trained for my whole life. This is what I've asked you to train me for. This is the one thing that I have been aiming towards as a goal. And I feel like, do I 100% have the confidence that I can turn him good? No. Am I going to try and turn him good? Not necessarily. But I want to, if not befriend, just acquaintance for me would be good enough. I don't feel like he's someone we should kill. And all of these people just want to kill him. And I don't want to do that.
Well, there's you and your very kind heart. And I'm not saying we have to kill him, but listen, if he gets to this city, it's quite literally us versus them sort of situation, or us versus him, or anything else. So if he tears a hole between the Underdark and here, a whole manner of creature will follow him. So it's not even just him. If he actually tears a hole between where he is and where we are, thousands of people will die. There will be a mass exodus. It could change the climate of this hemisphere. Just need to think about the consequences of it.
I look at Manny and I look at him kind of questioningly, and I kind of nod towards my bag and I pull out a little box and I open it, showing him a golden ring. And I look at him and I say, "But you remember, I have these things. Don't you remember we found the journal and it led us to this point? I feel it, Manny. It's fate."
Yes, well, there are things that I don't think you fully understand about yourself, which could lead to a lot of problems. And sometimes asking these questions can open doors you can't close again. As wonderful as the information might be, you need to ask yourself if you're entirely ready to really understand everything that you might not be ready to know.
As much as she's seen Manny as like a father figure, she feels offended that he doesn't. As much as she sees Manny as a father figure, she feels offended because it feels like he doesn't think she's capable of this. And she starts to like slide her chair out as if she's gonna get up, and she says to him, "Listen, you know what this means to me. I'm gonna do this with your help or not. I really wanted you to be on my side because this is what I asked you to train me for. But if you can't do that, I'm gonna do this without you."
And he reaches out to grab her arm and he says, "I never said I wouldn't help you. I just want you to be fully aware of what you're doing, because I'm not sure you're quite ready for what it means."
I smile at him and I give him a big hug and I say, "Well, if there's anybody that's gonna help me through this, it's you."
All right, well, it's settled. Just don't go do anything brash without me. Well, friends, you've got friends. I hope they're helping in some way.
And with that, I call out to the barkeep, "Round of ales for everyone."
He kind of rolls his eyes back at her and he goes, "Ah, there she is, right as rain."
I look over at Siva and Asha and I say, "Come, join the festivities before we go off on our grand adventure."
I would like to interject and give a command for Siva that she does the lizard water run just across the floor. Just
You hear the slapping of feet across the floor.
And it's so jarring that Manny, with his 1 cup of ale, does jerk slightly and makes a slight little splash. Just
Ryoko just looks at Siva with open arms.
If you're around here for enough time, you'll get used to it.
you guys.
You just see this big grin on her face.
Or maybe not.
We sit at this table with our round of ales and I look at the 2 friends that I have befriended in the past. I'm going to assume it's been a week. And I say, to good friends, to joyous adventures, and to an experience of a lifetime. And I hold my mug out to cheers.
As you're doing that, Siva actually pulls out the piece of meat from her bag and slaps the side of the mug, and raises it up and slaps the side of the mug with it.
drawing this. Hold on.
It says "Souls."
And you see from the corner of your eye, you notice that Gustav has stepped into the room and he takes a seat next to Rand. You might remember him from the previous little game there. And for anybody else joining, Rand is a pit fighter as well. He's one of the guys who runs the joint out there. He's tough. He's a gnarled, old, grizzled guy. He speaks with a Scottish accent, and he is a good scrapper. Just bare knuckle boxing, he will take you down. And you can see that Rand and Gustav are commencing their weekly routine. They're again free dragon antibodies, and you can just kind of hear them in the background and whatnot. And Rand says, "He says, so swear in your mother's life again that you're not a cheater at the cards, because I might believe you this time, just like every other fucking week, because you're too fucking good at this fucking game." And Gustav once again racks the cards. And he says, "I promise you on me mothers, me grandmothers, me fathers, me grandfathers, and me fairy godmother's life, that I am not a cheater at cards. Alright?" And this seems like you guys have witnessed this before. This is what they do. And Rand goes back to his ale and he just kind of shades a side eye at him, just like, And so they proceed to just play. They're doing their own thing there. Technically speaking, this is what might be considered a logical stopping point. I wasn't quite sure where we would get to. We can end the game here, or we can go to the next morning. I have time. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Yeah, I got
About
work
an
at
hour.
like 6 a.m.
Say again?
I got work at 6.
Ooh. How late can we stay up, you guys?
I got an hour.
Okay, Chase.
Yeah, I'm good. I could play it till like 3 a.m.
Right. Chase, you said you got to go work at 6 a.m. Does that mean you're cutting off now, or what? You got more time? Are we done?
Oh, I got a little bit more time. Should be good.
Tell me how much. I'll try to plan my plot to fit into that.
Probably about an hour. I should have an hour.
I got you.
It chases that meme of the black lady that's like, I got a little bit of time. My favorite meme.
Oh my God.
Got no time for that. I got a little bit of time.
All right, and I will say that we end the game's day on this part here. You know, the night goes on. There's music, there's singing, there's drinking. Rand is virtually bankrupt after every game with Gustav, and he fucking hates him for it, because Gustav is just too good of a card player. And everybody is convinced that he cheats, and they've tried every performance, persuasion, technique, whatnot. They can't catch him. If he's cheating, he's the best in the world, or he's not cheating. And that's like a weekly routine with those two. And Rand has gotten significantly better, you know, over the years. But just like if ever there was proof of the heart of the cards, you know, Gustav is that evidence. Ash, I'll say that you break out into song because you need some coin, because you like to sleep in taverns and whatnot. It's part of your job to be public performance, and you break out your lute or your lyre or whatever, and you play a little ditty, and you fill the night with some raucous song. I will ask for a smidgen of roleplay. Siva, how do you react to the music?
Siva's just like doing a little dance over there, like.
You know what? I hate that I asked, because I know exactly what you're doing.
I was about to say, do we need to ask anything of Siva?
No, and I don't know why I expected something else, but yeah, for anyone not involved with Chase's TikTok messages, that is the dragon dance from Toothless with the cartoon.
Makes me so happy.
Now you have a very legit excuse to animate that.
Yes, I do.
Ryoko, what do you do for the rest of the evening before people go to bed?
After drinking and enjoying the festivities and the thought of meeting my lifelong goal, I go to the back room of the bar to my cot, and I plop down ready for a good night's sleep.
All right.
Yeah, I sleep in the bar, in the back room.
And however you worked out that arrangement, we'll have to figure out later. But Manny also has a tavern like a room upstairs that he does on occasion. Like he likes to sleep at his parents, but he also likes sometimes to not go out there. And since he was drinking, he didn't want to walk home, so he drops a coin to get a room. And that closes the night. The morning starts a brand new, and because we've had you guys here, I'm gonna say we hop back to the main other world here. We'll start off with Tim's character, Glamdry, waking up. I would say it's like 7 in the morning, bright and early. Walk me through it, buddy. What's your morning like? He's thinking hard about it. Oh, did your audio get turned off or something? We'll wait. Still no.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We can tell
so-
when your audio is back on because your headphones start glowing.
Yeah. So
I noticed that too.
these are actually my ears. Did I not? No. So 7 is way too late for a hobbit. They wake up at least at 5 because second breakfast occurs at 7.
Right, you gotta get your in.
No, he will, like, that was a rough night. Like, that was the very first thing he would do is go and check and make sure River's still alive. Like, that's just him still in his nightgown, his nightcap. Like, that is the first thing he would do. Like, no slippers, like halfling feet out, not hustling the door down, but just checking the window, making sure she's still sleeping where he left her. That would be the very first thing.
She's actually awake and humming, and she's been making some eggs, and of course, as she always does, she actually has a fresh pot of tea. It looks like it's been about 5 minutes old. The squealing just happened a short time ago. She's pouring a cup, and she seems real happy.
Yeah. On seeing that, he will, because he's going to let that go. He'll go back and he'll make his first breakfast. He's having fish with bacon and probably like an old biscuit that needs to be reheated up. And pour himself some tea. He's, trying to get back into Glamdry. Hi. That was a night. I don't think I've cried that much since the last time I stubbed my toe.
Roll for perception.
1 sec. That is a skill he is proficient in, and of course I deleted that, but we'll see if we still have it. 1 sec.
Wow.
I don't have it, but I know I was proficient in that, so that would be a 16.
Pretty good roll. You notice 2 things. 1, the mark where the dagger did hit seems to be completely gone. It's like it never happened. You can tell that there's just the slightest bit of dampness about the area where the dagger mark was made, but it's perfectly smooth. And if you hadn't...
Oh, he'll investigate.
Yeah.
That bothers him completely. That is the first natural 20 of my night.
Nice. So you definitely could tell that it is just ever so slightly damp, as if someone somewhere in the evening put just a little bit of putty on there and very expertly cleaned up after it. For whatever reason, somebody fixed your house.
This will seem redundant. He will search the next 2 hours until second breakfast. He will search every nook and cranny of that house because he does not like that.
Remember when I told you Faust took a moment to note it?
Yeah. That will be a 13 because he locked everything after Faust left.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be a 14. Sorry, 15 because it's +1. He's searching, turning everything. Like, he's looking for points of entry. He's looking for how someone got in this house because he has thief-proofed this house for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking for an entryway.
As far as you can tell, there's nothing. There's nothing visible. There's not even footprints outside that look like anything other than yours. And this leaves you bemused and befuddled. It doesn't seem possible. It's like it didn't happen.
Well, with that, he's going to go and he'll put his nightshade stuff on. And he's assuming this day would come. He is going to go to his cellar and he actually has a hobbit skeleton in his cellar. He has kept for a very long time.
Oh boy, this is terrible.
He is going to put the hobbit skeleton in his bed, and he's going to take an old thing he stowed away of lamp oil. He's kept 4 barrels of lamp oil, and he's going to pour it all around the house.
Oh my god. Well, it's great that you're not overreacting in any way. You know, this is great.
He's planned for this. He has a lighter,
Mhm.
and he will, as Nightshade, light the fire, and then just with no motion, drop the flame onto the oil.
All right, and just
And he's
to check
going
here,
to watch his house burn.
I'm gonna say you have no concern about the neighbors getting caught on fire or anything in this medieval town, huh?
No, he's purposely it's in a hobbit hole. It's not going to catch fire.
Okay.
He's going to watch the room burn around him. Because he planted wet plants specifically around his home, so this wouldn't happen.
Okay.
Just plants that would retain a lot of moisture and water.
Safety. Gotcha. Good. Glad. Slightly concerned.
And he's going to make sure that as he's leaving the home and he's watching the home burn, someone sees him as Nightshade as he's leaving.
Okay. Within 2 minutes of this happening, and there's clearly smoke coming out of the place, and there's obviously fire, you hear a bell, somewhat in the distance start dinging. Ding, 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 ding. And you hear somebody yell, fire. And, within the next 3 minutes or so, some, fire brigade people start showing up with, large buckets of water that they've been carrying there. And obviously you're going to pass it, but go ahead and roll for stealth. This would be the one you didn't get.
So he's actually going to be hiding on top of. Sorry, give me a second. I'm sorry, my D20 fell on the floor. He's going to be hiding on the top of the mound where River's chimney is. That will be an unnatural 20.
Gotcha. So again, fantastically stealthed.
Yeah, but before he goes stealth, he'll want to make sure someone sees him as Nightshade holding the lighter.
Mm-hmm. All right, and as the guys are approaching and whatnot, and they're throwing water at it back and forth, they start, they're yelling at each other. One, it's like, come on, go, no, left, right, no, pick it up, one foot after another. We've trained for this, boys. We got this. Come on, let's go. One of them does notice over in the corner a weird shadowy figure, which is you, holding the lighter there and whatnot. And he stops and he's just like, and then his boss yells back at him. He's like, what are you gawking at? You got time all day? If you've got time to be breathing, you could be putting out a fire. I don't want to see you lollygagging and lolling about. All right, get back to it. And, gets whipped back into shape. But, you were definitely seen.
Yeah. He'll linger at the window on the back side of the home, and he'll just look at River one last time, just like from his side eye. And he unfortunately, again, he's been planning for this for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to look at River one last time, probably while she's humming her tune and enjoying her tea.
She's not humming her tune at this point. She's come out to see the commotion, and she sees that your house is on fire, and the fire chief has stepped in to grab her because she's trying her best to get to the house, and she's fighting him for it. But she's an old, weak, frail woman, and she's screaming, my son is in there. You have to get him out now. My son is going to die. Get him out now. And she's trying with all the strength, like her +3 strength is not very much, to fight the fire chief, and it's going nowhere. And he's doing his best to not hurt her, to keep her as calm as possible, and he's telling her that, we've got this, ma'am. If there's anyone in there, we're going to get him out of there. But she's not being very calm about it.
He'll stand there emotionless and not even care. He's actually going to be perceptively looking around for the rogues that he told Valve to have there. So that would be 17.
as far as you can tell, there's nobody in range. The people that are there are the fire brigade. There's one or two passers-by who they gawk. They see a fire. They don't look weird. They don't look suspicious. Doesn't appear to be anything going on. It seems normal. If anyone's watching, you don't see anyone at this time. It doesn't appear to be anyone.
He'll go through the alleyways, go on the rooftops. He'll do his halfling thing, and he'll make it back to the bar, but he's not going to enter. And he'll wait in the alleyway.
Tell me though, is he looking for Harvey Dent?
He's looking for Harvey Dent.
Can he be trusted?
Where is he?
You made Batman a D&D character.
Well, yes and no. He was not supposed to be this edge lord, but here we are.
Batling.
He'll be in the alleyway, and he'll wait on Gustav to leave, because he's not going to. He just faked his death. He's not going to try to let anyone see Glamdry.
I got you. So you've made it back.
Yeah, no, he doesn't trust that shit. He will burn the entire damn place to the ground. He is not trusting. He's not safe. He knows that's not safe now. Like if Faust is able to break into his home at night without him knowing or finding out how, he has to burn it. It's like when you burn a phone because you're on the lam.
No, I get it. Right.
Yeah.
That's why he's so sheepish.
No, yeah, exactly. So, but he'll wait in the alleyway as Batman, just brooding in the corner, waiting on Gustav to leave, because he knows that's where he is.
Right, and you're right. I would say about 80% of his time is in at least a bar, if not this one.
Yeah, and that was all in the first 4 hours of the morning. He never even got second breakfast. He didn't know about second breakfast.
At this time being, Gustav, is heading towards the bar, and he sees the smoke plume, about a mile away or whatnot, and he was going to go into the bar, and he starts walking towards it, because that clearly does seem to be the direction of your house, his favorite herbologist gardener, and he's just like, holy shit, and he starts making his way there, and he does take some back alleyways, so you have the opportunity to, show up.
I gotta make this Batman now because we're too far down the rabbit hole.
You can't.
He'll
He
be like
swoops down
brooding.
from the building top.
He'll be brooding on like a second-story balcony if there is one. But he wants to make sure he's silhouetted, but the sunlight, like Gustav can still see him.
I got you there. And so he's making his way towards you, and then he spots the shadowy figure, and he kind of gives him a little bit of a start. He's pretty sneaky, he's pretty stealthy, but you got him on that one there. And he goes, holy shit! And he kind of like loses his footing a little bit there, and he's thinking he's about to fight because he's not quite sure what he's looking at.
He'll make sure that the cloak is known because that's his mantle. Like that is it's Nightshade. And the goggles are down, the scarf is up, and then it's not supposed to be this character, but here we are.
Here you are, as medieval Batman. You're looking for Harvey Dent.
He's gonna. I'm gonna do the gruffy voice. I hope you're happy now.
Can he be trusted?
Glamdry's dead.
And so he can see your face now, right?
Yeah. He'll talk in a more gruff Irish accent. He'll be like, I hope you're happy now. It's not the high-pitched Glamdry Brandybuck voice.
If I could.
As far as Waterdeep's concerned, Glamdry Brandybuck is dead.
And he stops and he goes, what the hell happened? Is your house on fire? Is that what's going on right now?
You realize what you did?
No, I don't. What happened? Like, why?
You went into the den. And the wolves descended.
Yeah.
You brought them directly to my door.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I use the catacombs all the time. We all do. Every one of us do. It's never been a problem before. I am so sorry. I had no idea. Who You say I brought people to your door. What? Who's at your door?
Not my door. It was Glamdry's door. He's dead.
Right. Forgive the parlance. Who was at Glamdry's door?
I can't tell you, but you brought the wolves. I hope this heroic pipe dream that you're after is worth it. Because if that old woman dies, I'm gonna be out for blood, Gustav.
And he looks at you with as much sincerity as he can muster. He says, I swear to you, I was never trying to do anything like this. I was never trying to cause you trouble. I knew you were somebody who could help the job. And if it was anything but the potential of danger, I wouldn't have bothered you with it. And I'm sorry I did in the first place. I had no idea.
I hope it was worth it. You got what you wanted.
Yeah, well, there's a hefty price now, isn't there?
I'm gonna have to completely adopt a new identity. I'm gonna have to get a new character, just name, but still would be a halfling. You tell them to meet me on the edge of town. Tell them you found someone.
All right.
This discussion never happened. You tell them Glandry's dead because of them.
Listen, I'll tell them he's dead because of me. They don't need to feel that guilt. As far as we're concerned, that's my fault. They didn't know better. The dumb kids. You seen the look at them? Every last one of them stupid. That one's my fault.
No, not the tall one. She's too smart. Did you see the way she looked at Glamdry? She knows something.
Yeah. She's a different kind of trouble.
They'll just sit there awkwardly, like in a very Batman style.
And he says to him, he says, on the edge of town, what time do you want to meet?
Nightfall.
All right.
Nightfall.
Nightfall. For justice.
And what is who is the artist formerly known as Glamdry Brandybuck, is going to go visit a wizard in Waterdeep that owed him a favor and is going to facially reconstruct his face.
Is it Mr. Decarios?
I'm pretty sure there's a wizard who can reconstruct his face in this city. He's going to go find them.
Sure, I'll just go make up a new NPC on the spot. 1 minute.
It literally will be a new character, but it's still Nightshade. Okay, cool. This is totally not how this was supposed to go, but I dig it. We'll go with it.
Right, just don't change him too much.
This is essentially Tim taking an eraser to the top of his paper, erasing the name, and just writing Lord McScribblefarts.
No, Glamdry's dead. Glamdry is dead. Dead.
Yeah, for lack of a better term.
We'll find another character. It's fine. But it will still be a halfling rogue.
I need to know what happened in Glamdry's life where this type of reaction is normal. Right? Like I thought I went through some shit. And my character went through some shit, but
my character is normal in comparison. Jesus Christ.
Right? I was gonna say the same thing.
Levi, I did not expect my character to be the normal one.
Right?
Yeah, Kristen, I feel like your character is the only normal one.
Whoa. I didn't expect mine to be the normal one.
Yeah, Chase's is actually probably
normal in what aspect?
Literally, Gustav is Commissioner Gordon.
Your character's name is gonna be Bruce.
What's his name? Nightshade, right?
The mantle is Nightshade.
Bruce Nightshade. Where are they?
Rachel.
Where's Jennifer?
Rachel.
Okay, can a wizard change his sex? Because I might go female.
I'll do some research in between games. We don't quite have the time to hop into that one that fast.
It's fine.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there, though. I've almost made my 2 maps. Hold on.
we got we got we got representation. We were gonna have the LGBT community in here as well. It's actually fun.
At this point, you're the only representation of a dude.
Not supposed to be Batman, but hey, here we go. It's just like Batman. That's crazy.
I was gonna say,
Batman
actually, you are
again.
the only dude. We will have no male
find a male
representation other than Manny, who's an AP.
See if I
Oh,
can find a
yeah.
male.
NPCs.
Manny's an NPC.
I don't count anymore.
That's not what I meant.
Oh,
I mean, like, actual-
myself.
I mean, like playable characters.
Mhm. Yes, I do know what you mean. I'm just teasing. Oh, hey, we got a watcher. Somebody's hopped in. Hello, Winter Berka. I didn't realize anybody had gotten here.
I found one. They don't match Glamdry. It's fine. Give them a different name.
I gotcha. Sorry.
Guy in green shirt. Everyone except the guy in green shirt. Oh.
I gotcha. Now I got new apps. Cool.
Hello, peoples.
Oh, can no one hear me? Am I not? Is my audio not working?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, you're very quiet.
Oh, it's sometimes the microphone's too far. I'll up my volume a little bit. Testing.
So you're actually
Thank
pretty
you for the
loud.
inputs. Appreciate that. I
The
will
best way.
fix it
You're
as
loud in
best
the
I
best way.
can. Oh, there is actually a setting in here, but mic audio. No, that's all the way up. Okay, we got to go straight to Discord to fix that. Meep. Oh god. Which probably screwed the whole image up. No, actually that held. Thank God. Anyway, audio, Levi.
Okay, I got 90%. That's fine. I'll just drop a picture. He doesn't have to do facial reconstruction, but his hair is different.
Yeah, we'll say you did the classical disguise change. It's good.
I mean, it could just
He
be like
put on-
Clark and
Well, he put on a
Chase.
ball cap.
It's
He put on a ball
Shadow
cap and
Heart.
sunglasses.
Did you
Dyed his hair, cut it, shaved. Younger, he would have had to probably like gone to some sort of facial reconstruction because he has a wider brow now.
All right, testing for our audience member. Can you hear me a little bit better? I don't know if anybody can test the audio. Can y'all hear me a little bit better?
I mean, I can hear you
He
just
would have
fine.
had to probably
I hear you
some
on
sort of facial reconstruction because he has a wider brow now.
Discord.
Discord's fine, but it's the
It is
Twitch
no
stream
longer
as far as I'm
Glamdry.
concerned. Can you hear me a little bit better?
His name is
Yeah, I
Norik
can hear you. I can
Lightfellow.
hear you on the.
Test the audio. I've boosted my
Aw.
audio volume, so it should be good.
I mean, I can hear you
He
just
would have
fine.
had- His name is Norik
He
Lightfellow.
reminds me. He reminds me of somebody, like a Disney character, I think.
Tim, did you send me
You're
a picture or
thinking.
something?
You're thinking of the guy from Treasure Planet.
Jim.
Yes.
I love that movie.
Oh, where did you drop this picture?
Jim.
Ah,
It's Jim. Jim from. It's Norik Brightfellow, so you can change his name.
this guy looks really young.
He's very young. Very young. Facial reconstruction does that.
Okay.
His name's. He's gonna talk with a Cockney accent.
I would love to apply that to
Oh
real
God,
life.
help us all.
He's gonna be like the most the single most wholesome boy you've ever met.
Well, that's good.
Is he okay with physical contact, or should I stay away from him too?
Why don't you try to grab him and find out?
He said threateningly.
Norik will be on the outside of town reading a book. Very young hobbit. Dreams of one day being an adventurer.
He just turned from Bilbo to Frodo.
No, Frodo's actually more reclusive than Bilbo was. Essentially, yeah. More of like he went to Merry. He went to Merry or Pippin.
But Merry and Pippin were always getting in trouble. They weren't reclusive at all. In fact, they were constantly like in the other dude's farm.
Like more fun. Like just more fun, not like
Ah,
silly
gotcha.
or-
Nah, he's definitely Schmeagle.
I say Schmeagle. I agree with Schmeagle.
No,
Not gonna go
same
that
with
far.
Schmeagle.
I
Yeah.
don't think Levi could handle that.
She's just sitting in a cave.
You see Siva over the corner.
I'm gonna hear from Levi. Tim, don't you come back here on this bullshit. It's like, meanwhile, me back on my bullshit.
Me back on my
Tim is
bullshit.
always on his bullshit. We
Yeah, no,
coined a phrase. Tim bullshit.
Yeah.
Tim bullshit. I'm not even running the game, and this is bullshit.
It is very much bullshit.
But it's fun. You started the Batman thing. That's what made it fun. I just took it a step
Tim
further. You
made
shouldn't have
me a
somebody
better
come in my
player.
house
Siva over in
at
the corner with
night.
their meat.
Tim made me a better player because of Tim bullshit.
Yeah.
Because of Tim bullshit. Yeah.
Are we
Yeah,
talking
you
about
actually
unicorn
did.
games?
You still have choices. They just might not be the right ones.
I guess. Good God.
Like, I didn't think that Nightshade was gonna go this far, but hey, here we are. I like it. I dig it.
I'm Nightshade.
Self arson.
I am the
Nightshade.
vengeance of Waterdeep.
Where's Harvey Dent? I gotta say that. Like, you gotta have one NPC named Harvey Dent, so I can say that in this game.
Harvey Dent.
Where's
Can
Harvey
be
Dent?
trusted.
No, his name's Norik Brightfellow. He's a wholesome little boy with a Cockney accent. Dreams one day
His
of
hobbies
adventures
are
without
setting his house on
strangers.
fire.
No, that was Nightshade. Nightshade's fucking edgelord, man. He's crazy.
It's committing arson.
Arsony. Reading books, smoking weed,
Hey.
committing arsony. You know, weekend
Don't be
activities.
everything.
You know.
I mean, hey, don't enter his house at night. Like,
I don't know if this, like, I don't believe this breaks HIPAA violations because I'm not giving you a name, but there was a particular employee that we had in some random military branch that, because the forms that we ask them, it asks you, like, you know, do you do drugs? Like, what do you do on the weekends? Because they can get pretty intensive, especially for like certain branches. But there was this one guy that literally put fishing, cooking, meth, hanging out with friends.
Nice.
And we laughed about that for like a solid month because it's like, so now every time we ask, like, you know, a coworker, like, what are you doing on the weekend? We're like, oh, you know, meth.
Smoke weed.
Wait,
every
what?
day.
I tuned out.
Long
That's
talking
story.
about
Carbon Hill. That's a weekend occurrence up here.
Yeah,
Isn't that what
Okay, so I
happens in
did hear
Curry,
it
Alabama?
right.
So I'm
Pretty
not
different.
even
No, that
like, Chase, I'm not even taking back the people do drugs in Walker County. Where do you get the drugs? Nothing happens in Walker County. Like, I lived there for 20 years.
Good question.
That's kind of what it's
Like-
like.
did you
in
say
Delta,
nothing
too.
happens? A
Everything
lot
happens.
happens.
Where do you get the drugs?
No, not nothing.
Like-
Nothing.
It's like, look, I live in Tampa. It's a port city. The drugs come from the other Latin countries. That makes sense. It's a landlocked county in the middle of nowhere. Where are these drugs coming from?
You could say the same thing about Delta. We live literally in the middle of nowhere, but we have meth heads hiding
That
under
is a
cars at gas
discussion
stations.
for off stream.
Yeah,
That's
just
crazy.
realize you're live. Technically, people are watching you. Ugh. Good God.
Don't move to Delta, Colorado. Anywhere else. Just leave Delta. It's a breeding ground.
Gotcha. What a fun break we've had here, having to change your token on the fly immediately, Tim.
But you know what? You know what? That makes you an amazing dungeon master. That's what that.
Yes, that's what I am.
That inflexibility is what I have had. I'm gonna be honest, man. I like, you're doing great. I've had some terrible dungeon masters where they had the guards, level 2 guards. They didn't like what one of my characters was doing in game because I gave that person the motivations, and then instead of being flexible and like adapting to their players, they're like, oh, the guards cast silence on you so you can't talk, and then the guards cast old person on you so they can't move and you can't draw your weapon.
See,
Like,
that sounds like a shitty DM
I
to
was-
me, but that's a different conversation.
I was at the table. I'm not even joking. I was at the table. I stood up. I'm like, well, I'm done. You guys have a nice time. And then I left. And then the game was over
So
after I left.
I
And I
tried
never
my-
played D&D with those people again.
I try my very hardest to not railroad anyone ever. That's it's
Yep.
its own difficulty because I'm hoping you guys trigger plot points on your own, and I hate when I have to push things, you know. And it's one of my biggest worries as a DM because like I've written like 8 plots. There are a bunch of subplots hidden throughout this game, and there's the entire possibility that you might not ever encounter any of them. It just
Yeah.
exists.
Right. Also, DMing, I never want you to have to work that hard, which I appreciate it, but I understand, man. And
I try my best. Anyway, so I
it's
got
just the
you.
flexibility to say, I'm gonna bring the plot to you. You're not going to plot. I'm bringing that plot to you.
I got you.
Um,
And
yeah,
just
you're
for
doing well. You're doing really well.
well, good. I'm glad. Oops, I get that wrong. Ta-da. So I now have a place where shit could go down. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
But I will say, running as long as I have, my favorite thing is watching the party organically come together. Is my favorite part, and I don't care if it takes 5 sessions. I love it.
Gotcha. And just for story's sake, this is where it all went down. All that conversation just happened, with Commissioner Gordon and Bruce Wayne talking about Harvey Dent.
Fantastic.
Can't
I love
hate
Gustav.
Gustav.
He's fun. He's a good time.
Right? He's one of my favorite characters. This is a fucking riot.
Yeah,
Anyway,
he's a good
thank
time.
you, audience member, for putting up with that strange little stop break we had there.
Welcome to D&D. Nothing makes sense, and the points don't matter.
That is completely true, and I hate it.
Meanwhile, I take over the meme channel. This is now my home.
Oh God, Kristen, are you attacking my
Look at
meme
me.
channel?
Maybe.
But she's not attacking it, she's perfecting it.
Oh God.
I
Christian
am.
is the person that the Somali pirate with the movie that has what's his name? He's on the Polar Express.
Look at me.
He's the
I am the
conductor.
captain now.
You look at me. I'm the captain now.
Oh God. And yes, we do have a Discord.
I
I do need to
have
tweak it a little bit
moved
more.
in.
If you want to join, just keep following. There'll be a link at some point, and you can, talk with us and share memes and talk about the show, whatever you want. All 2 or 3 of our viewers, which will change, but that's how it starts. You have nobody, and then suddenly you're Vox Machina, or whatever. Give it a couple years.
Eventually, we will have the entire world.
I need one.
Oh, that just sounded like Amanda Bynes. I'll get to it. Surely.
I miss the Amanda show. It was so good.
Right? The
Anyway.
dancing lobsters.
Let's get back to the game, because I'm going to say
Dancing
we have
lobsters.
till about 10.
Lobsters.
We have till about 10 o'clock, and I say that's probably a good time to end the evening, because I know Chase has got to go to bed. He's already not on camera. Chase, where'd you go?
Do you want to know?
No. I
To
don't.
do the thing.
No. Damn it, Chase.
He went.
He's doing the thing.
He has not been able to.
So it's not awkward silence. We'll go back to some more dad jokes waiting on Chase. Why did the boy throw his clock out the window?
He was trying to go
See
back.
time fly.
He wanted to see time fly.
Let's go.
Why couldn't I plan a party in this? Oh, wait. Damn it. Forget that. Okay. How does the moon cut his hair?
Eclipse it.
Eclipse
Damn
it.
you.
Why did the bike fall over?
He was too tired.
He was too tired. What is the
Why-
best time to go to the dentist?
2:30.
2:30.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
Lean beef.
Oh, by the way,
Ground beef.
Eclipse.
Lean beef.
Ground
What
beef.
did I?
Green beef is
Eclipse.
3 legs.
Why couldn't I have a party in the stars?
Sorry, what was the question?
Why couldn't I have a party in the stars?
I wanted to say because it was out of this world. Close.
That's a good answer, but that's not it.
I'm curious. What was
Ah,
the answer?
okay, all right. I tried.
I couldn't plan it.
My grandmother had
There you go.
a deer that she raised. It was a 2-legged deer. She named her Eileen. And no, that is not a joke.
I had a feeling you were serious, and I wasn't sure until the end there.
Yeah, my grandmother, we moved up here and she saw some deer, so she started feeding them. And one day, this mama deer comes and brings her baby with her, and she goes, "Oh, so cute. She looks so wobbly. She must be brand new." No, we found out she had 2 legs. She
It's
named her
amazing.
Eileen.
I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head all night now.
Eileen.
You're welcome.
Eileen.
Just as like a practical joke, but I felt like it would be way too offensive as I got older. I always wanted to get a camel tattooed on my toe.
That's
You got a
funny.
camel toe. Yeah,
That's funny.
camel on her toe.
See, I feel like that'd be
Well-
hilarious when you divert weirdos in the bar, and they're like, "Come on, let me just go on a date. Like, I'll show you my camel toe," and boom, there it is.
Hey,
Hey, Chase, do you know what's funnier than 24?
25.
25.
All right. So now that Chase is back from his excommunication,
Excrement communication.
I hate you. We just finished that rooftop scene with Nightshade talking to Commissioner Gordon about justice with a side order of spaghetti.
Why do you want to kill me? You should have said that to Faust.
God, is
And my headphones are dying.
you see, Nightshade. There's no laws against the Pokemon. You know exactly what I'm gonna do.
You have no idea how this works, do you? Because both of us are thinkers.
All right, moving on. We have.
We do have a very
I told
short
Levi
amount of
we
time.
have 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes.
Basically, we're gonna end it at roughly 10ish. Right around that minute. So we're gonna go back to the bar. Gustav makes his way back after realizing what happened. We'll say he did also double back to your house just to check on, River and whatnot, and he sees her as a crying mess, and the house appears to be rubble. Her house seems to be fine. Glamdry very much did prepare correctly. A burned wall and a burned barrier and whatnot, and then basically the house just pretty much went concave on itself, and very little cinder damage happened within a foot of the actual, hovel itself.
Yeah, he'll instead of Nightshade, he'll be. Because he would not go back as Nightshade. He would be Norik at the point.
As his what? Like
His
human name or
his other.
his rogue name?
No, it's his new identity.
Okay.
Oh, his new identity, Norik.
This is Norik.
Yeah, Norric, Brightfoot.
Nordic?
All right, so let's roll on this here. Where did I put him? There he is.
He'll see. Norik will see if there's any firemen, any hobbits that are around the smoldering embers of Glamdry's house.
So again, it's the morning. Who is in the bar?
Me. I'm just sitting at the bar, casually sipping on a nail.
She'll be, Ash will be leaning back in a seat, just kind of like tuning her lute.
Mm-hmm. We'll say Manny, probably sitting in his usual spot there. Siva, where you is?
I am. Kind of sitting over here. Is that a cat?
Yeah. There's
Oh,
a kid.
God.
There's a rat out there.
She has noticed the cat.
Oh dear. Run.
This can only go one of 28 ways.
Why 28?
It's a very concise number.
Yeah. Why is that example so specific?
Homo
she's
apparently
somewhere-
can only think in 28 ways of
So
doing
she's
something.
sitting-
The cat sees you
She's-
immediately and goes full hackles. Just
She takes a piece of the meat that she's had and just throws it on the ground next to the cat and sits down.
the kitty is very confused because the meat does look nice, but the lizard in front of the cat is really off-putting. And she's seen you around. She's chosen not to care as long as you stay over there and she stays over here. Not a big deal. But now she's quite basically to roleplay it for you there, she's kind of on all fours, just staring at you, just very, very slowly stalking this piece of meat while keeping both eyes locked on you the whole time. This is going to
Well, Siva's sitting underneath that table, so she's sitting right there.
And so yeah, this will play out. We'll come back to that in a minute because that's going to take a few minutes to come to a conclusion. So everybody else is there. So basically, Ash, you're sitting on the same table that Manny is. Then is that your call?
Yeah. Gives a good viewpoint of the rest of the bar.
Manny's scarfing down a bowl of eggs and grits. You know, he eats different stuff, but that's today's choice. And you see Gustav from the back end of the bar. This is the back door, by the way, because it's the same direction. He pops in and whatnot, and he looks a little shook, and you know, he kind of looks somewhat disheveled, and he looks like he kind of just doesn't know what to say. And he makes his way over, and he sees you, Ryoko, and kind of nods at you and walks past you.
I nod back and keep sipping my ale.
Mm-hmm. And he looks at Manny and kind of motions, you know, like, may I have the seat? And Manny's, yeah. And he sits down, and Gustav takes a big breath, and Manny says back to him, he says, Oi, usually you don't shake very easy. You look like hell warmed over slightly. What happened? Gustav takes a deep breath, and he goes, there was a fire this morning. Manny replies back, he says, oh my goodness, is everyone okay? And Gustav takes a deep breath in a moment there, and he says, no. Glamdry was in his home, and they don't know what happened, but there was a fire, and so far they have recovered one body. It so far appears to be the same height and shape as, you know, the one halfling friend I got. And well, yeah, he's gone now. Manny just takes a moment to take all that in there. And he says, my God, what happened? Just, like, was it an accident? Was it arson? Was it on purpose? I says, I don't know. They're still figuring it out. But yeah, yeah, he's gone. I says, you alright? Says, I'll get there, but it's always hard to lose a friend. You know, and Gustav knows that he's telling half a truth, but in the genuine sense of the words, which you guys don't know, and you know, don't roll against him on that. There, he knows that the person who identifies as Glamdry is gone, and in that sense, that friend is dead.
I roll against him. I'm just kidding.
You know what? Fuck you.
I'm just kidding.
Blurred the whole thing out.
Ryoko would.
It didn't blur
You should have let me. You should have let me take in your arm and got you a drink. God damn it!
Yeah, right. I muttered to myself.
deserve
You
that.
should have
Because he
let
could-
me just tackle you to the ground.
I muttered to myself in my ale. Maybe he should have just let things go.
Dramatic emo Bruce Wayne fucker. I walk
Deadly
around
Robert
the
Pattinson.
cave, the only bat that I have ever known.
My Chemical Romance is definitely his theme song.
Robert Pattinson putting on the eye makeup.
Exactly.
He puts a line on his eye and goes,
You are.
You know
It's
what?
Eminem. Oh shit! Here we go again.
You know, that new movie was actually pretty good. I liked it. Anyway, back to the role playing. And he, you know, kind of takes a moment there. He says, "I'll get there." And he says, "Miss Ash, if you would, a moment of your time." And he nods to, you know, you, that he wants to sit, you know, somewhere privet. So we're quiet there. And he also looks at you, Ryoko, and you, Siva, and makes a little motion to come on into the table where he's at.
He was like,
just Steven next to that fucking cat.
Mm-hmm.
she goes over to the table.
Ash
I
is
look at-
just gonna take her 2 fingers and like put them on the bridge of her nose, just like, yeah.
As soon as you go away, the cat kind of reacts to it a little bit because obviously your tail whips around and it's a little intimidating to a cat. And she sees that you've kind of gone and she starts. And bolts right out the front. Because, like, the door, you know, opens and closes with people, and it opens for a second, and the cat just goes right out that door. Just pwing.
I look at Manny questioningly as if I should try to invite him into this as he knows what's going on now.
Asha's gonna hold out her hand to Ryoko as if to say no,
Right.
I walk over.
without saying anything.
Technically, Gustav doesn't know that Manny has any form of involvement. So Gustav very much definitely looks shook. Like he definitely has some not great news to tell you all. And he takes a deep breath and he goes, "You guys okay? Did you have a good night?"
I know the batteries.
What?
My headphones keep going. Battery low.
You need some real headphones. I know I've seen you with them before. Anyway, so he takes his deep breath and whatnot, and he says, "Well, I got some good news and I got some bad news and some really not good news. Number one, Glamdry was caught in a house fire this morning, and well, it's looking like he was in the middle of it. And well, you know that's about that."
Your friend from here yesterday.
Yeah, the strange guy who didn't like being touched.
I stifle a laugh.
Gustav kind of looks at you for 1 second, kind of facial like, "Don't."
I say, sorry, I was choking on my ale.
Okay. He says, "But on a brighter note, I did find a guy who can help us out with that personal project we got. So there is that. And he wants to have a meeting with everybody on the north side of town at sundown, which, you know, is about 6:30 or so. So we got some hours to kill. You know, there's that in the meantime. But yeah, you know what a big statue is, you know, on the side with the guy with the sword and the shield, you knows.
Is that a Pokemon statue?
Oh, sorry, statue.
Thank you.
I thought you also said statue, and I was like,
He did. That's his New York accent coming in really feckin' strong.
I'm meeting up with Pokemon here. Oh yeah, just meet at the statue. He's in the tall grass.
statue, I choose you.
Quick, somebody draw that. Fighting Siva.
And it's just statue of David.
I'm not convinced that Siva is not a Pokemon at this point.
You know what? I'm gonna expect to see her in the lineup at some point. God. So,
He's just a shiny, what was the name of that? The gecko looking, what, the leaf tail? The fuck is his name? Oh god, this is gonna drive me nuts. Hold on.
Snivy.
Is it? No, not Snivy. Snivy is the snake.
No, Snivy's the gecko thing.
Anyways, yes, we shall go to the statue tonight.
Oh, the Trico.
Trico, yeah.
Yeah, Trico.
So, to get back to the tiny little bit of game we have left here, Gustav starts to stand up and he says, "I'll see you all then. You know where to go." And he disappears out the back door. Never to be seen again. No. At the same time, you can hear a cat outside chewing on a piece of steak very aggressively, and you might recognize some catty noise. So there's.
I love it.
I look at Siva and Ash and I say, so it seems like a pretty big job, guys. And I know that he's got an extra buddy, but I'm thinking of trying to bring Manny into this because I mean, you all saw he can take down a bullet midair. I think he would be a good person to bring.
Martha Party makes it easier for things.
I just give Siva more head pats. Alright, if there's no objections, I'm gonna run over to Manny. Manny!
Oh, sorry, I've zoned out. What'd you say?
I run over to you.
said, well, you're back. Have fun
Yeah,
with
so
your
there's
secret club over there?
I did. Speaking of that secret club, there's like some super secret meeting going on tonight, and I just spoke with the other party members, and I think you should come with us.
Oh, secret meeting. Well, call us the, I don't know, the fellowship or something like that.
You have my weird exhale. She exhales a little, and there's a little blue spark that comes out.
I look at her and I go, stop that.
I giggle and say, okay.
I give her the side eye and whatnot as I'm finishing up my plate of food and whatnot. This is it safe to talk about here? What is it?
They say we're meeting some person that, what's his name? Graves?
Gustav?
Gustav.
My God. How many times have I said that name tonight? Come on.
You know, I'm sorry. I've got baby brain. I'm tired. Gustav, it's some guy Gustav knows that he wants us to meet who can supposedly help us with this thing. Since Glamdry stifles another laugh, is no longer available.
Right. That is a shame. He was a good man.
I like
I roll
Ryoko
my
less
eyes.
and less. Every time I like the Ryoko less and less.
So I'm going to go stop by and see his mum. Oh, well, it's not his mum, but in terms of family, it's his mum. She'll need someone to look after her. I'll call my dad today. Send some flowers. Take care of things. Manny comes from money. Manny doesn't ever use the money. He makes his own earnings and livings and whatnot, but if he needs to rely on his parents for help and this counts, he'll call them. You guys will get to meet the Longhorns next week. Or whatever.
I
hope
love
it's not a
steak.
group of minotaurs.
They're not just minotaurs.
Not just
Oh
minotaurs.
my
They're
god.
evil.
I just realized who Manny is.
I told you a dozen times who he was. This is not a surprise.
It's me,
I was
Levi.
about to say it is you, so that also is not a surprise either.
I know what it is. I know who he is. We've talked about this.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite characters. The fact that I get the ability to bring him into some kind of game just pleases me to no end. And so he finishes off his plate, whatnot, sips his drink, and he looks at you and he says, "So where is this meeting at?"
I stare at him, not knowing what to say. I run over to Ash. Ash, where's this meeting at?
Yes. In the staff. It's
right.
next to the
The statue. I run back
Chloe.
over before she can finish her sentence.
Chloe,
I say, Manny, it's at the statue.
Chloe, roll stealth for me real quick.
Okay. Let me check my
Use the
bonus.
plus, whatever that additive is on that number, the little number, add it to your roll of 20.
Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 12.
Okay, you're decently well. You do clod a little bit, and the few people that are in the bar this early in the morning kind of look at you, but they don't make it obvious. They're just kind of like, "Dear God," because you just cleared like 20 feet. 15, 25, about 25 feet in about 5 seconds, which was kind of a land record, and they're all a little bit stunned at it. See, this is how I play. You do something weird like that, I'm gonna make it like physics and shit.
I take deep breaths.
Actually, looking at the map,
It's
I
at the
moved my
statue.
character back and forth. That's 80 feet.
Jesus Christ.
Shoot, it's 5, 10, 15, 20.
The scale on here says 80 feet.
It's technically
To
50
right
feet.
there from where I was 40 feet.
Oh, that's weird.
What kind of fucking bar is 80 feet?
It's a sizable bar, but each one of these squares is supposed to be approximately 5 by 5, so it should be 50 feet. No, I just looked at what you did. That's 40. It says 40 right there.
Yep, 40 to here.
Oh, if you
And then
yes.
40 to here.
I followed
Cleared
you.
it back and forth.
Yeah. So yes, that does count. So you just broke a land speed record in about 3 seconds, which was terrifying.
Like the fucking speed of sound.
Good God. All right.
I just look at Manny and I say, the statue, Manny.
He looks at you and he goes, "The what?"
The statue.
Are you saying statue?
Yeah, that's what Gustav called it. The statue.
And he kind of looks off. He goes, "That always was weird." Then he has an internal thought and he thinks, "I've always been weird." He doesn't say it out loud. He just kind of shakes it off and goes, Doesn't worry about it. He says, "Right, well, there are things that I definitely need to go take care of then, if all of that is to be believed to be true. So I will meet you all there later. So, anyway, got some work to do. See you later." And he stands up and he also looks at the other table, where they're at, and, points at them. Just kind of nods. And he also gets up off the mat. So he's got his own thing he's going to take care of for the time being. This brings us to the end of our game. Does anybody have any things they want to say?
Just good job.
Sorry, what?
Did a real good
Yep.
job.
What? Everybody's talking at once. I have no idea what any of you are saying.
One at a time.
Something. Yeah, you did a good job.
Thanks.
You hit a bump in the road there, but you recovered very quickly, and then
Yes, I did,
Very good job.
Tim.
hey, I gave you motivations.
Sure,
Landry is
sure.
dead. You now have Norik.
Norik has new motivation.
No, Norik is a similar character. Just
He wants just
is fine with touching Chloe. Good God,
Are you too?
it's not that touching.
So does anybody
It's
else
not
have
that
any
touching.
things they want to do or say in this game before we end it? Because I have a closing scene I'm going to close the night off with.
My man, you know what you're doing. I do that too. I like you.
Did you know I taught Rob how to play D&D?
Oh no, I'm just a cinematic dungeon master. Rob was all right. He just, he has his own style. So
He does.
he just had like a different style.
It is. I love my cliffhangers. So
He was a very cinematic. He was more like to include people. So
Anybody else got anything else? Any questions you want to
I'm
ask?
good.
Baby bats are cute.
Did you say baby bats are cute?
Yes.
Okay.
So we did. So considering how the night went, do we want to plan for next Sunday?
Give me one day to make that plan. It's probably going to happen, but I do have a thing. I'm trying to work on a voice demo, and I have to drive to Tennessee to do it, and I don't know how long it's going to take me. But let me clear that out in the next 24 hours and find out. So, yeah, that's a possibility there. All right. So if nobody's got any more role play, I'm going to take over the scene here and find something good.
we coming in with cinematic stuff. Proud.
You know what? This'll do. I like it. I wasn't sure what I was going to use it for, but this'll absolutely do. Jesus Christ, how do I get rid of that damn thing?
Be funny if we had like a JoJo ending to continue.
Before you end on a serious
Siva
note,
chasing after something.
Levi, before you did end on a serious note, I did have a very serious question.
Sure.
What do we ask? Oh wait, let me do the voice. But Dad, what do we do if people want their steak well done?
We politely yet firmly ask them to leave.
Let him do it. Hold on. Oh, you got to do the Hank Hill voice.
We ask them politely yet firmly to leave.
There it is.
All right, Kristen, I don't know how you put the damn 55 marker on there, but it will not go away. What in the actual fuck?
What?
What? 55 marker. It's not on there.
It's on mine.
I see it.
I can't get rid
It's
of
on
it.
mine too.
How do you get rid of this?
55 marker.
You see the screen that I've switched stall to?
Yeah?
Yours is not saying 55?
No.
Mine ain't either.
Mine is. I'm with you, Levi.
Might need a refresh.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm sure it's fine. We can just pretend it's not there.
It's just annoying me. And I have
The only
so
thing I see is purple, blue, green, and some warm tones.
Isn't that what you usually see?
No.
Like, I imagine this is what somebody with heat vision
Nope,
would be
it's
looking
gone.
at when they see a map.
It's gone. I just had to refresh. We're good there. Not sure what happened. Just a random glitch. Alright. Give me a second. Actually, I'll put you guys back over.
So it was your fault, Levi.
Yeah, I know, right? For once, you weren't to blame, Kristen. Isn't that weird?
I'm innocent.
This time.
Always and forever.
Forever and always.
Fist for friends who do stuff together.
You're all for your envy.
M is for anywhere at any time at all.
Down
Son
here.
of a bad person. I fucking love Steve.
But you have to remember, you have to find. What was it? You have to find an interest in freeform jazz.
No, Tim, this is the first time you've ever got to meet Siva, and I was gonna play. No, wait, did I? No, I didn't play her in your last game. But
I feel
we-
like Siva's gonna like not change, and I'm here for it. He's
Oh,
just
she's
comedic relief.
Yeah, no, that's
Like
Oh,
there's,
she's
I don't
Siva
want a
is
character arc.
ADHD.
I don't want a character arc. I don't want character development.
Right.
Like I don't want a backstory. I just want Siva there doing dumb stuff.
Yes.
That's Siva.
That's
I
it.
wish you would have
Siva,
been
this-
there for the other game, Tim, because that's exactly what Siva was doing. At one point, she was
This
like
is
on the
literally-
hull of a boat, just licking barnacles.
Yes.
I love it.
Completely 100% accurate.
This is my magnum opus character that I've ever met.
I don't know, man. I really enjoyed Nia. Like I don't feel like this is your magnet. You
Trust
cried
me,
when you
trust
roleplayed
me.
yourself. You roleplayed with
Trust-
yourself and you cried.
Trust me. Siva.
Like-
you haven't really gotten to meet Siva. Like you've
Yeah,
met her,
Comedy
but
wise, we'll see. I'll give it some time. But comedy wise, it'll probably be your magnum opus. But I've seen my man cry. My man got in some RP. I was proud of him.
I gotcha. I just have to set my scene. We're almost done.
And my headphones died, so y'all are gonna have to deal with it.
We usually do.
Well, oh, that's recent.
You're recent.
That is true.
Okay. I am ready. So this is our nice little after credit scene for the episode. And if you need help there, focus on the top left of the map. That's where we are. Not you guys, but me and my characters.
Are you doing a Marvel post-credit scene?
Dun 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 dun
Dun, dun,
dun.
dun. Have you guys tried shawarma?
All right.
You guys ever tried
Swear.
roast?
All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah,
Yes.
good.
Sure.
All right. So the camera fades in. You got your positions at the top left. Do you see Gustavio? A little ping.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
15 over.
Actually, we'll move from here. It probably makes more sense.
This is the ending
Looks like
scene.
a lot
That's
of-
what he's doing. It's
A lot
the
of
ending
thieves
credit.
to me.
Yep, lots of thieves here. This is a kind of thieves hideout. All right, good. So you're here. This is our closing scene.
Turn that back on. I look like a fucking ghost. Turn that back on. Turn it back on.
This is gonna be like 2 minutes and we'll be done
Actually, you'll
here.
probably look better.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I have to interject this. I know you're getting serious, but I didn't think it was possible for Colton to be able to turn something off. Sorry, I had to. He's such a good-looking man. Moving on.
I'm done with you.
Hold
Anyway,
Hold on. Can you say that
Sorry, I
again?
probably
Hold on
just-
1 second. No,
Oh,
no,
I
Tim,
said-
I'm gonna need you to say that again. Hold on.
Okay.
Put these on.
on.
Put them on. It's a good thing. It's a compliment. Put them on. Oh, you're such a little bitch. It's
Tell
a
him
good
later.
thing you can turn me off.
Hey, they are married. That's how me and Casey act. I'm sorry, Levi. Continue. I'm so sorry. I had to. I'm sorry.
Such a bitch.
You got 5 minutes.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna be quiet. Like
Just
Levi's
Because
worked
you
so
said
hard.
that, I'm gonna give myself 10.
this is your Nick Fury scene, okay? This is the Sam Jackson bullshit. So, scene opens up on this guy here in the front. You see he's just a thief. And Gustav has just stepped up. And the guy says to him, he says, "You've been granted an audience with the arch thief. Tread wisely." And he steps out of the way. And Gustav
I'm gonna sit here counting down.
pops in. And he looks at him. And you might notice this is Faust right there. And Faust is right there. And he says, "Well, well, well. If it ain't my favourite little rat." And he says, "Don't call me that. That's not funny. I don't appreciate it. Sir," he says with as much respect as he can put behind him. He comes to him and he tells him, he says, "And what can I, pray tell, help you with today?" He says, "I had an interesting morning. I was on my way, my usual routine, grifting what I can, earning my coin, my keep, paying my tributes, and I see a fire. It's a house fire. Glamdry was burning up this morning. Did you know about this? Did you do this?" And he says back to him, he says, "No, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't burn nothing down. I don't know what his game is or if he offed himself at this time, but if he's still around, we'll find out." He says, "Hold on, what are you talking about? What? Who, what do you mean?" He says, "Don't play coy with me. I know you know exactly who he is. You think we haven't been waiting for him to resurface after all this time? All these different decades passing? And eventually someone of his talent, his tenure, wouldn't be sought after?" And Gustav drops a little bit of the act because he was going to play coy and pretending not to know who Glamdry was because he was hiding his friend's identity. Glamdry never told him, but he deduced things. He's a smart guy. He knows the way somebody holds a knife, the way somebody deals cards. Those are skills you learn in different places. He always knew. He knew he was different. He wasn't sure who or what, but he wasn't there to reveal secrets. And he gets up in his face and he says, "Tell me." And he pokes him once in his chest. "Did you know who he was? Be honest. Tell me you weren't keeping secrets in my city. Did you know the Nightshade was alive this whole time?" And he says, "No, I didn't even know that was his name. But you knew he was something, didn't you? You knew he was one of us, and you didn't tell anyone." He says, "No, people keep their secrets all the time." And I'm not going to yell because this thing clips, but just know he screams at the top of his lungs. And he says, "This is my city. It's not a coin that gets grifted without me knowing about it. And this is a sin. You may as well think of me as God, because you better start praying right now that I find some grace, some mercy on my soul. Because if you ever keep something like that from me again, they're never going to find you." And he takes one step back, goes back to his calm self. You can see the psychopathy kind of relents a little bit there. He says, "But as for the house, we didn't burn that down. We fixed it, actually. Weirdo wanted to make sure no one followed him. It's alright. Can't hide forever. We got ways of finding people." And Gustav pipes back up and he says, "I had the dragon job handled. Whatever the fuck you were doing, we didn't need it." He says, "Oh, you mean them and the little children? The babies you've picked up? You think they can handle it? No. You're out your depth. You're going to be drowning in the sewers just like you were the first time. We'll take care of things from here. But go ahead. Go get a bunch of children dead. Your friend might be dead too. Who knows? Be gone. Don't come back here without something to prove, something to show." let me know you're still loyal. And Gustav walks out and disappears. Scene. And that is where we're going to end our game tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
That was marvelous, Levi.
Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pause for a minute. I have been doing this for a very long time. That is some damn good storytelling. Like, Levi, very good job.
Yeah, I felt like I was actually watching a movie.
Half of it I was making
Faust
sure
is
to
fun.
let go.
Well, that's it's still good. Really good. Like, Faust is a fun character. I like him. He's a good villain. Or antagonist, however you're gonna.
He's not a great guy. He's not super evil either, but I promise you, if he had to murder an old woman in a street alley,
He's motivated.
he'd do it.
No, he's motivated. He just unfortunately is fucking with Batman right now.
He's
You don't fuck with Batman.
he's lawful evil. He's not.
Alright.
Okay.
He does bad things, but yeah, I could digress on this all day. I'm assuming you guys are tired.
No, he's a good character.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got work tomorrow.
I have to pee.
Same.
All right.
No,
guys.
not pee, but I got work.
That's it. I also have to pee, so makes sense. Well,
Well, thank
folks,
you everybody for playing,
I do
and
wanna
I hope
give
you all have a wonderful night.
I did want to give a special shout out to Winter Bearca. Thank you for still watching. They have been here a while. I hope you have enjoyed the show. If you feel like commenting, let us know what you think or whatnot, because it's been fun having an audience member. So we appreciate your time.
Yeah.
There is a very good chance we'll do this again next Sunday at 5. Just depends on what I am able to work out with my schedule, but it'll probably happen. I'm hoping to get this to a point where it's weekly. It's at the moment I'm planning monthly, but we might do it. It could happen. So thank you so much, folks. It has been a real hoot of a time, and thanks for watching, folks. Anybody have anything they want to share to the audience or whatever?
Amazing. Thanks for sticking with us.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Oh, I've gotta
Hell
shut
yeah!
up.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a test of multifaceted.
Stop it. Oh my god, stop it.
All right.
In the nest
Good
there
night,
was a
y'all.
bird, a rare bird, a rattling bird, bird in the nest, in a hole, in a hole, in a lemon, lemon, tree, in the tree, in the hole, in a hole, in a bog, down in the valley, yo.
Here's a llama, there's a llama,
I'm gonna sign
and a
off.
little llama, funny llama,
Good
funny
night,
llama,
everybody.
llama, llama,
Here's
hat.
my outro,
Night,
folks.
guys.
Thanks
Bye,
for
guys.
watching. We'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.